Hello? We have work to do. Let's do this. Where's the music? Finkelberg. Also, the VAB will have another rollout soon. That mobile launcher is leaving to the park site for upgrades for A2. Neat. That's pretty neat. Burnock. Here we go. Give me that. Give me that mix. There we go. Let's do this. All right, we got to finish station checkout, dudes. We're jumping right in. How's everybody doing? Everybody sleep well? Good? Bad? No? Yes? Maybe? Banana? Cool. All right. Excellent. Banana. I agree. Did you recover from the fantastic Virgin Galactic launch yesterday? It was Virgin Orbit, and yeah, their second stage popped. I'm pretty damn sure, but what do I know? Viz, I'll let you know in a couple hours how good of a day I'm having, okay? Fueling is underway for the Falcon Heavy static fire of SF-67. Cool. Still got the Ronies, but you feel fine? Ronies. You had a dream that you died in a nuclear blast. I mean, the view must have been fantastic. I mean, only for a second. I didn't have a dream last night. Dudes, no dreams. No dreams for you, boy. Alright, so we have 6 modules checked out, ready to go. We be fast, and they be slow. School is ripping my life joy from me. Viz, that's normal. Hate to break it to you, pal. That's normal. That's what it should be doing. So you can take some solace in the fact that that is a normal occurrence, that school is making you unhappy. Like that's normal, dude. No one said it would be easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. No joke, you had a dream that you visited you and Remo, but y'all lived in an old 19th century Italian villa. It was rustic, old, and broken down, and had an amazing seaside view. Checks out. Eat the checks out. Tessa, why were people so interested in plumbing during the 80s? Because it was totally tubular. I hope your tea is cold, mate. I hope your tea is cold after that one. Yep. Which famous history figure said, if you're going through hell, just keep going? Just keep going. It's not infinite. Just keep going. Hey, Sweet, what's going on, buddy? Yo, Sweet, check this out, dude. You'll appreciate this. Got my header collectors. Oh, damn. It's almost party time. Just waiting on the mufflers. Almost party time, dog. Dude, look at these things. I mean, look at this thing. It's corn. This is very nice. Actually, the flange is on backwards. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Ball in a cup. Just launch it. butt goblin. I love refrigerators. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with this? You want me to launch this? All right. I mean... I don't know... Is there a possibility to auto-straight the re-entry part of a rocket pod? Auto-straight the re-entry. What do you mean? I also had a dream last night where I visited you. You were having a big cookout for chat with a propane grill. The burgers were good. You're damn right they were. Lunprod, that's a little strange because my parents bought me a grill for Christmas. It's a little bizarre. Not good. You know what, man? The station is pretty damn strong for what it is. Oh, it's about to explode. You know what? That wasn't bad. Oh, there you go, sweet. This thing is solid as a rock. Oh, that was the problem, Diddlywink. I didn't say that's not going anywhere. Damn. Jeb's in the shuttle. At least I think he was. I don't know. We're at the 50K morning, by the way. Morning, man. How are you? Yeah, you got it, dude. It adds, okay? If you like, you strap something down in the back of the pickup truck, you tap it a couple of times. That's not going nowhere. You got to say that. If you don't say that, it'll fall off. No, it was a propane grill. It's propane. They got me a very nice Weber. All right, so we got 6 modules checked out for O&C. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. Let's get her done. Get her done, house. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Hypersonic. Hypersonic, did you see this? You see this hoodie that I have? I don't know how I feel about this hoodie, because it's got like this stuff on it. Over here, I don't mind as much, except for that one. We should burn that logo. Those two are okay, but like over here, see what I'm talking about? You see this? Like especially down here, I'm not really that big of a fan. Frick those guys. It's New York. What do you want? So beautiful. Time for a long drink. Dude, that actually reminds me. Top right is okay? Get the frick out of here, pal. Actually, you really only needed that one logo. That reminds me, dudes. Did you guys know that Ken Block owned Long Drink? He was a partial owner of Long Drink. I'm not even kidding. Dude, they posted about it on their Twitter, and I got really confused. I'm like, wait, who are you? Now I follow Long Drink on here, but yeah, if you go back and look at the dude, that was embarrassing, by the way. That was embarrassing. Look, Long Drink, we are heartbroken about the tragic passing of Long Drink co-owner Ken Block. What? When did this happen? Ken had his hands in everything, dude. No, well, Aqualex, I like the 06 teams, to be honest with you. 06 teams are my cool. Can't play hockey in Florida. What the hell's that about? You play hockey in Florida. What? That is a farce. Anywhere you can't play hockey outside, shouldn't play hockey. Boom. There, I said it. That's not true at all, but we play hockey in Texas quite well. Don't you have a ranch or cattle or something to tend to, boy? I mean, there once was a Jamaican bobsled team. Feel the rhythm. Feel the ride. Give it up. It's bobsled time. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Good enough to kick your Bruins in the Keister. I'm pretty sure you guys lost to the Bees. Very recently, actually. Our Father, who art in Calgary, bobsled be thy name. Sunshine on a dog's butt every now and then. Yeah, well, you can't help it that the Bruins are hotter than a $2 pistol right now. They played hockey in Florida. Sounds on par with they did helicopter on Mars. They did hockey in Florida. So how about that Vulcan picture? Yo, Tori Bruno liked my tweet real quick. Your boy's moving up in the world. No, yeah, he liked it, dude. Oh my God. You know what? I have a Vulcan research folder. I know I do. Oh my God. Yeah, goalie, I don't trust it, man. You're not wrong. Oh. Wrap it up. Phone. Falcon. Das. Herbal. Dude, that guy really is on his game. Once again, we were talking about this late on the stream last night. What that dude did with that company is nothing short of miraculous. Tori Bruno should be like at the top of like some business magnate list or something. What he did with ULA was frankly ridiculous. Tori is a good lad, indeed. So Dream Chaser will fly on this? No, not this one. This one's gonna launch Peregrine, a lunar lander. Vulcan's first mission is a mission to the moon. That's on February 25th. That is not that far away. Oh crap. Vulcan flies like right after Kerbal comes out. Oh, there's too much stuff. You know, back in 2016, 2017, I was like, I want rockets to launch so much that I have to just sit here and cover rockets all day and maybe not even play Kerbal. Well, damn, that's coming back to bite me. Your birthday week. Very nice. Is this Falcon Heavy mission the extended fairing? No, I don't think so, Force. To my knowledge, the extended fairing is not built yet. All right, let's go. Station. You guys might not be that into it, but Hogwarts Legacy comes out on February 10th too. I'm very excited. Hypersonic, your boy's not a Harry Potter fan. Like, but don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater either. It's a good story. I read Sorcerer's Stone when it came out. Everyone was reading that when it came out. I mean, like, I don't hate by any means. It's just not... I'm not really a wizards and potions kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I don't strike you as the Harry Potter type. They have a fairing ship out for recovery, so no extendo fairings. Extendo fairings, cuz. Can we just sit here and appreciate how much of an absolute lad Falcon Heavy is going to be when it has that extended fairing? Sethron, 58-month resub. Hello, I heard from a reputable source that there will be very much shuttle this week. Yeah, we are. I gotta finish checking out the modules, and then I gotta kind of just draft out how all this stuff's gonna go together. That's what's taking a second here with ONC, but ONC is still going very well. Checkout of all these modules is working very nicely. All the trust segments. So, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I did this on purpose. I designed the truss segments in a way that I knew would be intuitive to have the robotic arm put them together. Now, what does that mean? For some of the truss segments, I literally copied NASA's grapple points. You know what? I don't care. We don't have time. I don't have time to sit there and think about how to do it myself. The grapple points for the station are literally in the same spots. They're in the same spots as they are on NASA's payloads. Yeah, sorry. Why reinvent the wheel? Well, yeah, we don't have time, and that's why I was so incessant about getting the arms to work exactly right. Exactly how they work in real life, because I knew that it would make integrating the station a lot more intuitive and easier to do. Oh, also, Blue Origin patented some fairing separation systems. Thrust rails for launching vehicles. Oh, thrust rail. Falcon 9 has thrust rails. Oh, wow. That's a Clevis thrust rail. Interesting. Huh. What are you up to? Alucard, wie geht's? Wie geht's, mein Freund? Guten Tag. No. Guten Morgen. I'll get better. Just gotta do it every day. It's a Clevis thrust rail. See that? Interesting, Thomas. Es gut uns selbst. Gut. Ja. Super, indeed. Yeah, interesting. So Falcon 9 doesn't have a Clevis thrust rail like that. So when I say Clevis, I mean that weird shape. It looks like like this. Interesting. Yeah, see? What the hell? Oh. That's... Okay, I see what this is. I think. Okay, so they have a pneumatic fitting down there. And it looks like there's an inflatable seal right here. That Clevis piece is an inflatable seal. This guy right here. And it expands, and when it expands, it separates the fairing. Guys, all fairings have pneumatic separation systems like this. Every single one of them does. It's the best way to do it. Seriously. What better way to have your fairing separate? Why waste money on a mechanical separation system? Why try to build like some kind of lever that causes the fairing to move, right? Literally just have it blow air. Have it do a politician and just blow air. And that's how the fairing separates. They're all pneumatic separation systems. In fact, like on Falcon 9, for instance, all SpaceX did was put a parachute on this thing and use the existing pneumatic separation system for the RCS. That's how they steer the fairings. There's no need to, as people said in chat, no need to reinvent the wheel. Read the abstract. The present technology is directed to thrusting rails for launching vehicles and associated systems and methods. Certain embodiments of the thrusting rails can include a first rail housing portion having a cavity and the second rail housing portion having a projection position, at least partially within the cavity. The rails can include bellows positioned within the cavity and an elongated tube positioned with the bellows. The elongated tube can include a vent opening in a lateral wall of the elongating tube. A shield can be positioned between the vent opening at the bellows and a sleeve can be positioned within the elongated tube. The sleeve can be constructed from a fibrous material and positioned to retain an ordnance within the elongated tube. Hey, Chief. I'm doing good, man. Explain, because you're an idiot. Okay, so this is the one that made it work for me. So, okay, check this out. Right here is some kind of ordnance or a pneumatic fitting. It could be either one. It can retain ordnance or it can have a pneumatic fitting attached to it. Long story short, fellas, or element, what this thing does right here. So see this top part? That top part is a fairing wall. So if these are the fairings and we're looking at the fairings from the top down, my pointer fingers right here, my pointer finger is, I'm pointing at it on the screen, is this, and then the other pointer finger is this. So what happens is, if you have the fairing, it'll, this bag will inflate along the rail, along the long axis of the rail. You see that? See how it's fluted right there? See how it has a bunch of holes? Back it up there. That's that rod right there. That rod has a bunch of holes in it, and they either explode something inside to get this light bulb looking thing. That bag is just a huge long seal or whatever, and that thing expands and boom, it pops the fairing off. It's a fairing separation system, guys, and it's bolted on with shearing pins. Yeah, 84 right there. See, a shear pin like on a snowblower. We know a lot about those. Yeah, it's guys, I look at this right here, and I look at this type of mechanism, and I think reusable fairing. Yeah. This is a type of mechanism that you would have in a fairing that you would want to reuse. The reason why is because, dude, so when I say that fairings use pneumatics, and they just... So, some fairings literally just have RCS at the top. Like, right at the nose cone of the fairing, there's just RCS pointed at each other. And there's COPVs on the fairing, and when you command fairing separation, the fairing unbolts via an explosive bolt around the rim of the fairing, right? And then the COPVs click on with a solenoid, and psh, that's it. They just blow air. That's it. That's all they do. And you have a couple of separation bolts, right? Like along the rims of the fairing, just bye-bye. This is overly complicated for an expendable fairing. It's because Blue is trying to reuse their fairings. I think that can be reasonably extrapolated from this. How's your mother? Good. Hey, Baseball. Haven't turned into a stream in a while. Hope you've been well. Yeah, man, it's been a good minute, dude. Yeah, 0 moving parts. Aqualux, I'm thinking reusability with this. That's definitely what they're trying to do. They're trying to reuse fairings, which is fine. I don't care. So, yeah, you see this part right here, that clevis, that pops out, and this seal right here that looks like that squiggly line, it inflates. This thing inflates inside of that cavity, and it pushes the fairing apart. You ready for Vandy? Of course, man. At least I think that's what this is supposed to be doing. Yeah, see? So this part right here, the top part of the clevis, and then this part is the bottom part of the clevis, right? So what's a clevis in mechanical engineering? Okay, so clevis. It's just a slotted piece. That's a clevis right there. It's just a piece that's kind of shaped like an H. There are other clevis things in aerospace engineering. The one that immediately pops into my head is... The one that immediately pops into my head is the attachment mechanism for O-rings. Not the O-rings, the attachment mechanism on solid rocket boosters. So, this is the field joint comparison. So, the segmented SRBs that SLS and the Space Shuttle use, they use this one over here. The SRBs use the clevis attachment system. It's kind of similar, but see? Yeah, that's how the SRBs, when they go to stack segments, that's how they slot into each other. Clevis is just a piece that looks like this. Slot in. This is way late, but this is what she sounds like. Okay. Okay. Nah, that sound doesn't do it justice, man. Sweet, when I had a, so this was like 20 years ago, I had an 02 Accord Coupe. Nice car. It was a 4-banger with an automatic, though. I should have bought it in stick, but 02, because I liked it because it looked like an NSX, just on a side note. I put a cold air intake on mine, and I know that noise. It's, that sounds good. I know it sounds good, but that doesn't do it justice. It doesn't sound like that, I know. So the way I see it, they stuffed an air ride suspension bag into the clevis. That's what it looks like, Aqualex. That's for fairing separation. From what I can tell, guys, I could be 100% wrong. Like, that's from what I can see here. See, they have a pneumatic fitting inside of that attaches to that fluted tube right there. Okay, what's a fluted tube? It's a tube that has holes drilled into it to look like a flute. It's not rocket science, man. Actually, fluted is something a little bit different than that, but it looks like a flute. I'm just gonna say fluted, and we'll call it a day. When they say O-rings, are they made from rubber? Yeah. Yeah, on the, like, the solid rocket booster, yeah, they're made from rubber. But it's, see, like, that's the thing, dude. There's not just one type of rubber, okay? It's not just, oh, this rubber, that's it. The rubber that's, like, that they use for your tires is not the same. It's aerospace grade rubber. Does that make sense? Tube. Rocket guy, you see that? Blue put in a patent here for from what I can tell is a fairing separation system. The fairings attached via a clevis, and they have an inflatable cavity inside of the clevis that causes separation. See what I mean?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I wonder why. I mean, my guess is fairing reuse, dude. Nightmare Maker. 39 months. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's gotta be... I mean, it's got to be a reusable fairing system. Considering they're using a shear pin with a pneumatic inflatable mechanism, my guess is that Blue's going to try to reuse fairings. I mean, why would you reinvent the wheel? Why would you go through building all this? Fairing separation systems are way less complicated than this, dude. Literally explosive bolts with a pneumatic separator. Literally just a COPV that depressurizes and shoots the fairings off to the sides. That's way too complicated for a single-use fairing. Then what does SpaceX use? SpaceX does something like that, Rocket Guy. They have... If I'm understanding how it works correctly, they have the fairings attached to each other, and one fairing has guide rails in it. There's 4 guide rails on the fairing, 2 like kind of at the bottom and 2 kind of at the top. And basically it's a pneumatic system that just like, okay, it's hard to explain. This one's tough. Think airsoft gun, literally airsoft gun, but you don't have a AEG like with a piston that goes back and forth like here. They have a system that just pushes a pneumatic rod. That's it. I would call it a pneumatic push rod, but I know that's probably not the right nomenclature. See these things? Spud guns. Either that or that's the guide mechanism. But I know they have pneumatic latches here, right? There's pneumatic latches for sure. And they definitely have COPVs down in there. There's COPVs on the center of mass of the fairing so it flies correctly when it re-enters. And I think if I'm looking at this right, those literally just shoot out compressed air and psh. Right. I guess I'm just getting at, I wonder why Blue decided to reinvent the wheel for the system. The driving factors to solidifying the separation system in this way is always interesting. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, I'm wondering, you're right, dude. I wonder what the use case of that is. My guess is maybe that mechanism is more compact because SpaceX has these push rods, dude. You can see that these side of the fairings right here, see, those have rods. And then if we look at the other side of the fairing, those have tube. Tube. See the difference? So my guess is that each one of these is a pneumatic cylinder, and those rods that are on the fairing are a piston. And if you look at, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. There's a pneumatic solenoid right there. See the airline right there? That little bent piece, that's an airline. So what happens with this thing is they shoot a jet of gas into, they shoot a jet of nitrogen into these tubes, and it separates like a spud gun. And the reason why they're using that long tube is so the fairings can actually translate out and away, not just tilt out and down. Do they need to be pressurized at sea level, or is ambient pressure enough to bring it up to space? What need to be pressurized? Blue was testing fairing splashdown in the turning basin. Yeah, I saw this. That is a big fairing, dude. Rocket guy, that might be it, dude. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was about to say, dude. That fairing is huge. That's a big fairing. I don't think anyone has made a fairing that big before. Now that I'm really thinking about it. Has anyone ever made a 7-meter fairing? Yeah, guys, look at the car. Oh, a Mach E. Gross. Dude. Sweet potato. Tell me you're here. You saw it too. Stance Nash, dog! Stance Nash! Oh my god! Oh my god, it's pink too! Oh my god! Oh my god! Look at it! Bro, that guy's riding low. What happens when you hit a speed bump, homie? Florida. Thomas. Florida. Oh my god! Send me a link to this picture. You don't. Simple. 8 minutes till Falcon Heavy static fire. Yep. It could be bagged, dudes. He could be on bags. In fact, I'm willing to think that guy's probably on bags. That guy, he's definitely on bags. There's no way that's getting around on the roads at the causeway. There are speed bumps everywhere. So, basically, it's funny because we're talking about pneumatic systems. Some cars, for the people that don't know, have what's called a bagged suspension. Basically, where the spring is replaced by an airbag, right? But the airbag can inflate and deflate. And then in the trunk of the car, you have a pneumatic compressor that picks up off electrical power. It's an electric compressor. And then you have a pressure vessel inside of the trunk. And it creates compressed gas, and you can basically flip switches in the, I was about to say in the cockpit. Inside of the car, you can flip switches, and you can inflate and deflate the bags. That guy's definitely running bags. So, when the bags inflate, because you're changing the suspension geometry, the camber actually goes like this. So, that's just when it's parked. Because the suspension is collapsed right now, basically. When the bags inflate, the tires will actually do this. Interesting. Air ride is cool. I mean, that's dank. That is dank right there. You know it's a NASA engineer, so you know that was done right. Personally, I'll take this Chevy 3500 thingamajig over here. Not that one. We don't need that. But anyway, back to fairings. Rocket Guy, I honestly think no one's ever tried to make a fairing this big, and that's probably the use case. So maybe they're not going for reusability. Maybe they just needed something that applies more force because, dude, that fairing is heavy. You see how flimsy the fairing is, and do you think it can handle splashdown?
The only place in the world that we can test out this fairing in an environment similar to what the rocket will be seeing.
I think so. It has a huge, it has a super high ballistic coefficient.
The payload fairing's job is to protect the satellite as we ascend through the atmosphere.
I want to see the separation.
Fairing separates cleanly.
Firing in 3, 2, 1, fire.
Forge, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and say that this fairing probably has that mechanism on it. I don't see any push rods or anything.
This is a very exciting day.
Whoa. Guys, that's a 7-meter fairing. Look at the deformation that they have right there. Because the thing is huge. Yeah, Rocket Guy, look. See that? Maybe this mechanism is to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because that thing is deforming like a melon farmer. How can it handle max Q? Well, the thing about the fairing supercraft is that when it's together like this, it's very strong. It's basically a cylinder. Cylinders are very good at handling compression load. Very good. It's when it separates, then it starts getting weeble wobbly. Think of it like a dome. The fairing put together like this is basically like a freestanding dome. It's very strong by itself, but you separate it, it turns into a wobbly mess. Hey, RT. Yeah, see, look at that deformation. Now, interesting thing, fellas. Interesting thing here. If we back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. One of these pictures. Look. See that? Huh. Huh. Funny how that works. See what I mean? It's definitely for that fairing. It looks like it's unzipping along the shock. Front gas going through the pipe. Sent you a thing. Ooh, we got a present from my dear. Mutter, what is this? Tom. Pintil injector. Ooh. Yep. That is a pintil injector. That's for sure. It would be so interesting to see where Vulcan, New Glenn, and Super Heavy will fall into the market. I wonder if any of them have actual payloads manifested that requires full lift capacity or volume yet. Yeah. See, Rocket, I kind of theorized that... Okay, this might sound a little bit weird, and I know that this isn't, like, the case with... This isn't the case with Rocket. You don't usually engineer like this. I think that SpaceX and Elon with Starship chose 100 tons just to be absolutely sure that Starship could literally move anything into space. I think that's a over-engineering. That's over-engineering in anticipation of a future market. Long story short, we did the math out, dude. if you put in 100 tons of lead into Starship's payload bay, just a straight block of lead, that's 100 tons, it would fill the payload bay. It wouldn't fill all of the payload bay. It would be close, though. Like, I think it's like half or something. If we did the volume calculations out one time. So, if 100 tons of lead takes up about half of that payload bay, I really honestly can't see, other than if they were like moving raw materials or something, or maybe a tanker variant, like moving methane in the payload bay, like having an uncrewed starship with methane and LOX, extra, like that's just all fuel tank, right? I can't really see them. I don't think you could fit 100 tons of anything in there. Like this, I'm talking about like 100 tons of a block of lead. It takes up about half of the payload bay, you know? Volume is usually the constraint over sheer lift capacity. Otherwise, it is C3 energy over volume if we're talking outside of Earth orbit. Yeah. Falcon Heavy static fire complete. Cool. How high is your chamber temperature if you actively need to cool your pintle injectors? It depends on what they're made out of, Aqualux. They're most likely Inconel. Found something for the archives, but albeit not high quality. That's a great shot, Zay. Yeah, that'll go in. That one's going into the archives. Yeah, we'll add this. That's pretty good. Look, so Zay, I can tell you that this is an older picture. This is from the 80s. Whatever mission this is, it's an older shot of Atlantis. You know, I can tell. The Nomex on the wing, because they weren't sure about re-entry here. Later versions of the shuttle did it, so even Atlantis itself, by the end of the program, they didn't put Nomex here. And actually, funny thing is, by the later ends of the program, they took a lot of the LRSI tiles off, the white tiles. They just replaced them with Nomex. Yeah, serious, that happens. Centaur in the payload bay? Maybe. Demo, what's up? This was posted by a guy who works on Artemis mission planning. Yeah. People have been linking me to this Twitter account, to CP Newman. Oh my god. That's... Okay, that tweet's a little inappropriate, but whatever. Wow. What a unit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Guys, that's Orion. See Orion right there? And that's the power and propulsion article, habitation and logistics outpost, and the extendable node for Gateway. That's a Cygnus and that's Orion. We know how big Orion is. Look at HLS. So this is the Gateway. That's the lunar station that NASA wants to put out in rectilinear halo orbit. Not Cygnus, it's Dragon XL. Holy frick, you're right. Huh. You're right, Thomas. Yeah. Yeah, see the seam? Yeah, you're right. That's Dragon XL. Dude, I haven't heard anything about that program since SpaceX announced it. You think it's still alive? Where the frick are they gonna dock that thing? It has an NDS on the top, demo. HLS has a NASA docking system up top. So it could go opposite Dragon XL. Station modules are derived from Cygnus? Yes and no. So, Joe, yeah, I would say it's safer to say that that's a yes more than no. So, the ISS modules were built by Thales Alenia. Most of them. Most of the outer shells for the ISS modules. So, Destiny, Harmony, Tranquility, Columbus, Kibo. They were all engineered by Thales Alenia. They're all Italian modules, believe it or not. It's what's in them is part of the parts of different countries, right? So Cygnus is derived from the MPLMs, which are also made by Thales Alenia. That's what it is. I mean, Cygnus is basically an upgraded space shuttle multi-purpose logistics module, right? With a service module on the back. That's all it is. And I say that like it's, you know, like that's not a big deal. That's actually really freaking cool. That's a really smart idea. I've always liked Cygnus. Cygnus is a really good way to do bottom dollar resupply. I really want Northrop Grumman to make more of them, and I want them to put them on Omega, and then I want them to send that to the gateway, but I digress. The gateway modules are derived, they're built by Thales Alenia as well. They're derived from Cygnus and the ISS modules. So yes and no. It's not an exact replica. They're not exact copies, but they're definitely part of the same family tree. Omega getting canceled still hurts. I need to change my oil soon. I'm not very familiar with oils. My 4-banger takes 0W20. 0W20? What brand should you go with? Sweet. Go with the brand that the manufacturer recommends. If you don't know anything about cars, go look in the service manual and it'll say Honda recommends using BP oil or recommends using Motorcraft oil. That's very unlikely, but dude. Okay, so if you're going for performance, sweet. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that putting this oil in your car is going to make it work better. The thing about oils is that it really depends on what you want the engine to do. If it's your daily driver and you need it to be reliable, put the oil in that the manufacturer recommends. That's the oil that has quite literally been engineered for that engine. That's what I do with my cars. I never have problems with oil. I put Motorcraft in all mine because Motorcraft is what Ford uses. That's the manufacturer recommendation. And Motorcraft is Ford. That's a company that Ford owns. Motorcraft is Ford's, they make all different types of stuff like coolant and oils and all this stuff. That's Ford's in-house oil company, right? And they do. I mean, Motorcraft makes a bunch of aftermarket, not aftermarket. They make a bunch of replacement parts too. But I put in Motorcraft because that's in a daily driver. If you have a car that's doing more than what if you have an engine that's like a built motor, you're going to need something different. You're going to need a different weight because the motor's operating conditions are different than daily driving. Does that make sense? So for you, go into the manual, go read what the manufacturer recommends, do that. Don't forget a drain pan gasket. I don't think it's zero weight. I've never heard of zero weight. It's probably 5W40 or something. For a Honda motor, guys, it's a K series, right? It's probably, yeah, it's probably not zero weight. Zero weight you don't want. That's like, zero weight is like water. You don't want that. High-res picture of that shuttle. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, okay, I will replace that image in the archive with that picture. Thank you very much. Your Civic takes zero weight, Tron? For real? Okay. If the manufacturer recommends zero weight, use zero weight, dudes. Forge, I know what this is. Bro. That's Starship HLS. That's what they're using to get back to the moon. That guy. I own two 2012 Hondas, a Pilot and Insight. They both take zero weight as well. All right, Volk, I stand corrected, man. Thank you for the clarification. I've never heard of that before, but then again, the last time I had a Honda was 2012, and it was a Honda from 2002. So, yep, I concede to everyone here's superior judgment. I'm not trying to be sarcastic this time. Yeah, you don't want to put the wrong oil in the car. That's really important, dude. Can you believe that? HLS is pretty much it's almost as big as an SLS core stage. It's close. It makes me cringe every time I change the oil, but that's what the captain manual recommends. It really is like water. That has no viscosity, dude. It's probably like it'd be like pouring WD-40 in the freaking thing. Don't put WD-40 in the crankcase, please. 0W20 is a full or majority blend of synthetic. You just said I could put WD-40 in my engine. I mean, it'll work. It'll work. I mean, WD-40 will lubricate, but you guys got to remember, WD-40 is not an oil. It's a penetrant. Actually, it's not even a penetrant. It's a displacement formula, okay? So you're gonna nerd out with hydrocarbons here for a second. There are different types of oils, okay? So like WD-40 was engineered not as a penetrating oil, even though it's pretty damn good at that. WD-40 was engineered as a water displacement formula. Hence WD, water displacement formula 40. It's actually Convair is the one that kind of came up with it, the aerospace company. The reason why Convair needed to come up with it is because they didn't want water accumulating on the outside of stored Atlas ICBM missiles. Because the Atlas missiles were made out of stainless. So they didn't want any water on the stainless. Now don't get me wrong, stainless isn't going to rust, but other things will. Not the entire Atlas rocket is made out of stainless steel, just the body is, right? So they came up with a formula that they could coat Atlas missiles with to make sure that water was displaced off of the surface when it condensed. Like in the morning, if you go out in the car, you see water all over your car. Condensation. They were trying to get around that. That's why WD-40 was invented. It's a water displacement formula. So it ends up working really well as a penetrating oil because WD-40 was designed to seep and like spread over everything, so you get a nice even coat. It was engineered that way. You're a displacement formula. Question? Yeah, I was going to say 5W, Jackery, but yeah, for a small motor like that. But yeah, okay, that's cool. Good to know. Hey, Monkey. Good detective work, good sleuthing work on the UK rocket last night. Sure, you seen they confirmed it was a problem with the second stage. Monkey, I have a sneaking suspicion, but I can't prove it, that some of that telemetry was accurate. I think the LOX tank, they lost pressure in the LOX tank on the second stage. They lost pressure in the LOX tank on the second stage because the staging event was too early. That's my guess, but it's a huge guess. Nice, Forge. Yeah, there you go. Sweet. So a filling station in Wales owned by Asda, formerly part of Walmart, is in big trouble. Turns out their diesel tank was watered down with water. Loads of cars are now dead. Whoops. T4 is attached. Nice. If you find that out, my brother has a Corolla with NA gasoline. There's a Corolla with NA gasoline 2-liter that has 13-to-1 compression. That is odd. What's odd about that? Yeah, Monkey, I think it was the LOX tank. Yeah, water in diesel is not good. This kills the diesel engine. I mean, that kills most internal combustion engines. The only thing I think that might be okay is like maybe a 2-stroke, but... For TFR, CRS-26 will splash down off the coast of Tampa. Recovery to be performed by MV Megan. Cool. All right, guys, let's get to finishing up these modules. Okie dokie. All right, so let's dial in. Roll up the sleeves. Let's go. All right, so what this craft file is, if you notice, I got a bunch of station components that are sitting out here on girder segments. These components here, guys, are basically components that I've taken off of the space station craft file and I've put inside of the shuttle's payload bay just to make sure that it'll fit correctly. To make sure that it'll fit, to make sure, you know, it will fit. It ain't gonna fit like that. No, make sure it will fit. And then I basically kind of had what I'm gonna do with this ONC file once we start launching stuff is basically make sure that want to basically make sure that we can use the arms and assemble the station correctly. Is it not super high compression for gasoline? Well, more modern cars run really high compression on purpose for fuel efficiency. High compression is going to burn more of the gas inside of the car. It's gonna be more efficient. But they run a lot hotter. That's why, like, These gasoline direct injection motors, you have to really take care of them. You have to really make sure that the fuel system and everything is clean, and you change the oil on those motors, because running 13-to-1 compression means you're burning a lot of fuel, and there's leftover oxidizer, which means it's running lean kind of out of because of high compression, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, the computer can control that stuff, but the GDI engines run extremely freaking hot because they're purposely introducing more oxidizer into the system. It's sucking in more air to get a nice clean burn. So they run slightly on the lean side, and so they run hot, just like a rocket motor would, because it turns out what a rocket does and a car engine does pretty much the same thing. Are you using mods now? Which ones? I just got some visual mods, Monkey. That's all. These are all vanilla components. I'm just using flags with a texture pack. That's all. MB Shannon once again not recovering. Last mission it recovered was in May of last year. Megan has been doing all of them since. Interesting. Okay, so I'm trying to think how this is going to go together. For later, someone filmed re-entry of Launcher 1 from the Canary Islands. From the napkin math, it did not fail long after stage separation. Forge, last link, dude. I gotta finish this, man. I want to launch modules today. Imaged by Ramon Lopez from Playa Blanca. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Virgin orbit, northwest of the Canary Islands. So Forge, you know what you should do? You should time UTC with the launch and figure out how long this was after drop. I'm gonna guess this is probably 13 or 14 minutes after launch. Oof, hellfish, damn, dude. All right, here we go. 2311 UTC, right? Oh. Yeah, so this is the coast of, Launcher 1 was dropped from Cosmic Girl carrier aircraft off the coast of Ireland at approximately 2311 UTC. Flight appeared nominal through stage 2 ignition and fairing separation, although updates from Virgin Orbit during the flight were intermittent. And this is 2319, so that's 8 minutes after separation. $23.08 UTC for the drop. I believe Thomas Aquilux, yeah. Drop occurred at 23:08. Confirmation of burn due to deploy was 23:10. So this is 11, give or take, about 11 to 12 minutes after. Thomas, if I'm remembering correctly, 11 to 12 minutes is when the telemetry started going funky. I'm willing to bet that the reason why the telemetry started going funky is because it melted off. Because the sensors probably had a little bit of a problem because they exploded. After a failure like that, do you think they'll be able to continue operations? Time will tell, Zaburman. Yeah, I don't know. 12:23 is when when the telemetry really started going wacky. Which would be, so you said 23:08. So we're at 11 minutes, T plus 11 minutes right there. The browser crash was at 11:16 p.m. Why did they say good orbital insertion? It just shows that they don't have their crap together, Bryce. They don't have their crap together. Guys, interesting thing here. 23:19:23 is 11 minutes and 23 seconds post liftoff. We started seeing funky stuff happening at 12, which is interesting. So strangely enough, guys, it looks like some of that stage made it through re-entry. Interestingly enough, that's funny. You're assuming the timestamp is correct. Well, Tessa, here's the thing about re-entry. When components re-enter like this, usually they hit a critical mass, so basically the total amount of heat that they can absorb, and when that happens, they explode. Yeah, stuff just, it's too much heat. I mean, it'll ablate for a little while, and then usually it just pops. This thing looks like it fizzes out, and you could definitely see that there's a piece that fell off right there. And see how it just kind of fizzes out? Fizzing out like that suggests that parts made it to the ground. And because we were able to get a telemetry lock on it, that's provided this UTC timestamp is synced. It might be a little bit off. But this jives pretty well with right around 12 minutes, either the thing re-entered or something went catastrophically wrong. Once again, fellas, my hypothesis, based off of just what I've seen with the data given, I don't know if the telemetry is good or bad or whatever. Based off of what I've seen, it sounds like something went wrong during staging because staging was too early. Staging was way too early. They missed staging by about 12 seconds. You don't miss... in Kerbal, that does not make that big of a difference. That makes a big difference in real life. Ask any RSSRO player, dude. They'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. You don't miss your staging time by that much. In fact, if you miss your staging time by that much, you got a big problem. Guy was going through the expected script instead of actually looking at it and considering the telemetry. I'm going to say that none of the calls are good. Agreed. I mean, even that Oculux, like, you're right. That guy was just reading the script, right? It's pretty obvious. And dude, you know, like, here's the thing, man. Not everyone's gonna be us, right? Not everyone's gonna be looking at the telemetry like we are. Some people are just there to enjoy the rocket launcher, and that guy's just there to be a commentator. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Like, I'm not gonna be like, wow, this guy's not even paying attention. No. When you're running a live broadcast, dude, like that, when you're on a live broadcast, it's very easy to, you know, be focused on, like, conveying the right information that you actually end up just regurgitating something and not saying anything correctly. Trust me. Take it from somebody that does a lot of live broadcasts. Do they know why it popped? Clayton, they'll probably, honestly, with... If they had a good telemetry lock on it whenever the anomaly happened, my guess is the anomaly happened at staging. It may have bumped the second stage. Bumping the second stage causing a LOX leak, dude. It looks like they bumped it. Bumping the second stage does happen because of residual thrust. I've talked about this many times, dude. So here. Which flight was it? I forget. I think it was 2. So this is SpaceX back in the day. This is Falcon 1 Flight 2. Watch this. The engine flames out on the first stage. They have good engine cutoff, right? And what happens is, I always say this, rockets carry residual propellants. And that residual propellant basically is just it's unburnt air fuel, atomized air and fuel. And if it finds a heat source inside of the hot nozzle, watch what happens. Oops. No, it's not Flight 2. Oof. It wasn't Flight 2. I think it was Flight 3, maybe. Watch. Oops. So watch the stage separation on Falcon 1. Ready? Boop. Residual thrust. Oh, that's bad. And then the second stage ignites inside of the inner stage, which doesn't end well. See what I mean? I honestly think something like this happened to that one. Something very similar to this. Also with residual fuel, the burn-off was lower than sea level atmospheric pressure, so they didn't see it on the ground. Yeah. And once again, like, it really depends on... Oh, it really depends on... It depends on if that telemetry was good or not. It's hard to say. I didn't see the telemetry all the way. If I had those first and second stage screens throughout the entire flight, I would have been able to tell you. Like, I could tell you what's going on. I'm proficient enough, right? But yeah, it's what happened with the launch yesterday? Something went wrong with staging bails. Like, once again, staging is just a hypothesis, guys, so I'm not 100% sure if that's exactly what happened. They won't know until they do a fault tree analysis. I think residual thrust in the first stage bumped the second stage and wrecked it. But here's the thing, their staging was off. So they didn't... You ever stage something too early in KSP when you're still in the atmosphere? It doesn't stage correctly, does it? So it could have been a cascading failure that stemmed from the first stage not burning correctly and running out of fuel too early. There's 1,000 different things that this could be. It's just like any rocket. And it's just like, sometimes if, like, this happens when you're troubleshooting IT, the component that's malfunctioning, or that seems to be malfunctioning, isn't actually the component that's malfunctioning. It could be upstream. It could be something else. Like, your RAM might not work because your power supply isn't feeding it the right amount of power, right? That's just an example. It's very unlikely. But you see what I'm talking, you know what I mean, right? You know, oh, my RAM stick is bad. No, probably not. You have to be absolutely sure. You have to test continuity on the stupid thing, right? Personally, I blame Drummer. Well, Drummer was there. He was there rooting on the home team, Serious. What were you doing? You were sitting, chilling, all lax and relaxing, all cool. Drummer was there to support. You weren't. Yeah, the CMOS battery. Yep, exactly. I mean, there's a 1,000 different things, S, but yeah, pretty much. What's going on, man? All right, let's go. See it in code a lot. The system isn't working because of an interaction with another system. Yep, pretty much. Okay, so the cupola module. How are we gonna put this? How are we gonna grab this in here? So we gotta. That needs to move right there. So where would we most likely have our arm be? Yeah, Hellfish for sure. Stressed out about work, unhappy / demanding clients. S, that's life, dude. So, yeah, that sucks, man. It's a pain in the butt, I know. I mean, S, you know, I was working in a pizza place. I was bagging groceries, you know, working at Best Buy. People were yelling in my face all the time, you know? I would go out of my way to make sure, like, if I was working in the warehouse, dude, people... Like, and I was out stocking the shelves, people would ask me about something, and I would, you know, I know how a freaking DVD player works. So I'd go and sell them a DVD player, right? And then people would get mad at me. My boss would get mad at me because it's like, oh, you're supposed to help them. You're supposed to pass them off to another employee that works in that department. And I'm like, it's a DVD player. It takes 5 seconds to sell it. What DVD player do you want? I just want to play DVDs. Okay, this is the simplest one. It's $19. Buy a protection plan, and then you can get your investment back. Okay, cool. Done. Takes literally 5 minutes. Less than that. Right? And my boss would get mad at me. He's like, hey, you know, they need to sell it, not you. And I'm like, you know, so it's going to be, you know, you go the extra mile, people are going to be ungrateful pricks all the time, dude. It happens. You know, like, oftentimes I'd see salespeople, like the people that work in, like, the home theater departments, you know, like an elderly person would come in and they would have a DVD, like, they just need a VCR or a DVD player. Like, we had, like, one VCR, right? Because this was like 2015, so I don't know. I mean, we still had it. Like, you could special order it, and we had record players too, which is actually pretty cool. But you know, it's like, I just want to play this home movie, blah 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 blah. How do I do it? And people will be like, oh, well, you can get this. We're in a home theater system. I'm like, dude, just sell the lady a damn DVD player. What's wrong with you? Yeah, that's right, Yuri. Yeah, that's right. If you work in firearms, dude, you can pick and choose. You don't get a good vibe from the guy? I'm not selling to you. Piss off. Customer's always right? Good. I have a gun. So, are you really right? It's not like that, but also. Cross-training is a foreign concept in management now. Get out of here. I've got a gun. I have more guns than you. Bye-bye. There's the door. You can leave, or I'm gonna make you leave. Yeah, no, absolutely, dude. I've talked to guys that own gun stores, dude. If they get a bad vibe from a guy, like the guy's like, yeah, I need a gun that can put down that I can mag dump. It's like, you can get the frick out of here, dude. Do the sellers get commission? It depends. If they sell complex sale, yeah, or they could try to push a protection plan, right? But you know, so like, if I was going to push a protection plan on something, I would always try to figure out the use case. And, oh, this drove them up the freaking wall, dude. I would always try to figure out a use case. So if you got somebody that's coming in that wants a Switch for their kid, then you sell the protection plan. Look, your kid might break the thing, right? They're kids. Kids break things. That's how it rolls, right? Kids freaking break things. Like, that's just how it is. You probably want the protection plan. But if there was a guy that was like my age, right, that wanted to switch just so, you know, like, yeah, you know, I don't play that many video games. I don't want to, you know, I want to go play Mario Kart and a bunch of other things. I wouldn't even bother because they're gonna say no. Like, it's not even worth it. Like, you want a protection plan? No. Like, oh yeah, you know, people would come in. Oh yeah, I'm buying this TV for my kid. You want the protection plan? They'll break it. Like, I'm not saying your kid's bad, but they'll break. Like, there are times where, like, it's more complicated than you think. You don't just push the damn protection plan every time, because then you drive away customers. I don't want to go back to that Best Buy. They always try to push stuff on me. It's basically how I roll with you guys. I don't, except for the stupid channel points command redeem, which I really still don't like. I don't sit here and try to sell you guys something. The only thing I try to sell you is space, and that's what you came here for. It's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple transaction. I don't know why it gets lost in translation for some people. You know what I mean? Yeah, it depends, right? All right, so all right, how are we gonna put the cupola module in? The cupola module, we might just be able to. We should be able to just grab the thing, believe it or not. So here's what I'm thinking. This thing is gonna attach right here, right? And it's gonna attach this way. So how would we need to put that cupola inside of the space shuttle? So if it was just in the space shuttle payload bay like this, we wouldn't be able to get at that grapple point right there. It would be nigh impossible, right? So the arm can actually be docked here, and we should be able to extend out and attach to that point there and install it. So that's fine, but we have to find a way to pass it over. If I rotated the cupola module, if we rotated the attachment point or the docking point for the cupola to be sideways, so that means we would take the node, the B2 node. What is that? What the hell just happened? Oh, we found some cracked funkery here, dudes. The CBM docking port moved over here. Why would it do that? All right, hold up a second. There was some hierarchy funkiness going on here. It has to do with transform orientation based off of root part. In the name of time, I'll just say it's Kraken stuff, and just kind of go from there. It was Kraken stuff. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not turning this into Bash Best Buy, dude. The Best Buy wasn't the worst job. Honestly, it wasn't the worst. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. But yeah, it wasn't. You know, it was okay. It wasn't the worst job. Yeah, it has to do with transform orientation relative to root part, Tessa. You ever like put something in mirror symmetry and then you rotate the entire thing and you try to move that thing in mirror symmetry and it freaks out? Or you have like something, say you have a propeller blade, a 4x propeller, and then you put that 4 propeller in symmetry and you try to mess with the propellers and then it screws it up. It screws up the symmetry nodes. It has something to do with transform orientation relative to root part. just a hierarchy nonsense. Don't worry about it. Now, what transform? I don't know. I don't have a channel box here, and I can't see the history of this part, how I placed it and stuff. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. But whatever it is, we got rid of it. So what I was trying to do is see if we can reorient this. Reorient slightly here, because I need to see. We need to figure out how the cupola is gonna be attached. Because I need to pull it out of the shuttle payload bay. Now, what should we do? Should we? I think if the space station RMS is here, then I should just be able to grab the thing and pull it out in one shot. So if that's the case, that will act as our keel pin here. I put the keel pin over that because I don't want to be able to EVA out the cupola. If that happens in real life, you're dead. If that happens in real life, you die. Just yeet it and hope for the best. Well, doing these little tweaks here, Halo, is gonna it'll really pay off. Basically, what I just did was rotate the entire cupola module, and I think, you know, hold on. A good way to do this would be to take our orientation, rotate that back this way, and then take the fairing and rotate the entire fairing to be oriented like this. That will act as our keel pin. And then I'm going to move the G over here. The letter just denotes the module, guys. It denotes the letters are the order that we send the modules up, believe it or not. So A, B, the airlock is C, and then D is over there, and then E and F are here. But keep in mind, that's the order for the modules, not necessarily the order for the truss segments. What we're most likely going to do is launch the Z1 first, okay? And then the lab module with the shuttle docking ring is going to be the next mission. And then, after that, hey, Passing, what's going on? I'm looking forward to the first launch, especially seeing as I've had a miserable day trying to deal with the UK's dodgiest courier companies, including one famous for having stuff stolen or fly-tipped. Lovely. My new gear is probably on some lucky dip market stall now or gracing the thieving courier's house. I mean, Passing, remember yesterday when I was saying, you know, you gotta prepare people for this because people are dicks. Case in point. What's that say? Using Python scripts and SolidWorks. Cool. Portland State Aerospace Society made a liquid fuel engine. Awesome. What's that, Thomas? You guys are just coming hot and heavy with the links. Full duration static fire Falcon Heavy complete. Targeting net January 14th for the SF-67 mission. Oh, they moved it back a couple of days. Okay. Transmission installed. His truck is technically a 4x4 now, but would not recommend financially. Do you have a front axle in there, Sawyer? So you put an E4OD with the transfer case, right? Yeah, that's the way we're gonna do this. That's the right move. Here's a video how they installed the cupola in real life if it helps. See stamped link. Kind of. The cupola module is a lot smaller in real life, Creep, but I'll still take a look for research purposes.
Day 8, the cupola was successfully moved from its launch location at the end of Tranquility to its permanent location on the Earth.
Yeah, because the cupola launched on Node 3 on STS-130, and the cupola was on an axial CBM, and they moved it to the radial CBM after they installed Node 3.
Earth-facing side.
If that made no sense, just... They had it in a different spot, and they needed to reorient it. It was over here. Yeah,
The next day, the crew relocated the pressurized mating adapter 3 from the Harmony node, where it was temporarily located, to its permanent home at the end of Tranquility.
Dude. That's them with the orbiter boom sensor system.
On February 17th, astronauts Bob Hankton and Nick Patrick completed the third and final spacewalk of the STS-130 mission. Their tasks included hooking up heater and data cables for the PMA-3, removing thermal covers and latch locks on the cupola, and installing handrails on
Not yet, but the
Tranquility
transfer
and a
case is
video
in.
cable for another base to be installed on the Russian segment of the ISS.
But different drive shaft and some fab was required to make it.
Once the
It's
latch
shorter, and
locks
the
were
carrier
removed,
bearing is moved back like
pilot
2 inches.
Terry
Yeah, it's because there's a
Wirtz
transfer
opened the
case in the
windows
way.
on the cupola for the first time.
There you go. Terry Wirtz right there. He's retired now. He left the astronaut corps. Terry Wirtz is a cool astronaut, man.
And we are finally able to
He's an
open
Embry-Riddle
the
guy.
shutters for the first time and look out the window. Here we're looking out the large center window.
On February 19th, the crew conducted press conferences,
Bob!
said goodbye, and closed the hatches between the shuttle and the station.
Terry right there.
The
He's
next
going
day,
through an
February
undocking
20th,
procedure. That's what that was, an undocking procedure checklist. This is the docking panel. You can fly the shuttle with RCS from that joystick, by the way, fellas.
The next day, February 20th, Endeavour successfully undocked with the ISS.
And traditionally, the pilot gets to fly the undocking. I was very happy to get a chance to do that. Here's a shot of us separating from the station.
That's Terry.
And backing away.
After undocking, Endeavour slowly moved out 400.
Is this a documentary on how the ISS was made? Could you ping me the link when you get a chance? This is episode 38. Yeah, it looks like there's different episodes, Chris, but, yeah. Dude, the ISS is... I've been studying this thing a lot. I've been studying how it goes together, how it all came together. And basically for this space station project, I've been doing tons of research on and off the stream about how this thing goes together and how it's made. It's actually... I mean, I don't know why I was surprised by this, but it's actually pretty nuts how the whole thing gets put together. Dude, there's so... You have to plan so much. Just like I've been planning a lot to get this, get all this done. Like, ballpark when we're launching. Let me finish these modules. There will be a launch today, Ragged. Yeah, that's absolutely happening. Okay, so we can reroute to that so it doesn't change the hierarchy too much. Let me just finish putting these modules all together. And we'll go from there. Chris, Creeper might have the... Yeah, there's the playlist. Thank you. I'm going to keep that open there. Thanks, Creep. Baseball, am I still doing reusable pads? No. I want to, baseball, but no. I'm basically doing what I do with the pads, but applying it to stuff that's up in space nowadays. I honestly, I don't mind building pads, and I probably could do it better nowadays, but dude, it takes way too much time to do it. Like, it's very difficult to get that all done right. You really have to know what's going on. Which is that's not a bad thing. Like, it's just, you know, we got KSP2 on the horizon, baseball, so I really just wanted to go back to playing KSP the way that we played KSP 2014, 2015, with just shuttle missions, man. So
Discovery, go and
I would love to sit here and build a launch pad, and as far as I'm concerned, if we ever, you know, sometime in the future, we might jump back into KSP 1 and go and finish the job. But what I ended up doing, dude, is building a mission mode. I built a new mission mode save out, and it's basically do whatever, unlimited funds, do whatever you want, no reverts. It's my 2014 mission mode rules, so the mission mode 1 rules, technically. There are some stipulations here and there, but for the most part, dude, it's just jump in, build some awesome stuff in space, and fly the damn thing. Yeah, it's kind of how it has to be. I just I want to send off KSP1 in style, and doing that and building out the launch pads and stuff is not going to. Basically, I'm not going to be able to do it in time. KSP2 is about a month and a half away. This is gonna have to, the cupola pins are gonna have to be slightly offset. I don't know why they're gonna be slightly offset though. Probably less if you get streamer access. Yeah, maybe. Who knows, dude? I haven't heard anything from them, from the devs lately. So, who knows? Hey Alex, what's going on? I mean, that'll hold just fine. There's no point. The Longeron pins can be offset. That's not a problem. Okay. Alright. The cupola is good to go. Oh, not this again. Sometimes Kerbal does that. It has a problem with duplicating a ghosted subassembly. Just gotta make sure we didn't break anything. Yeah, okay. There's a null ref there, but deleting the docking ports and everything fixed it. Is that United States flag new on the side? No. That's been there for a month. Actually, in my updated shuttlecraft file, I actually changed it so the Pathfinder logo is there. I redid one of the flags over New Year's break. I redid the flag for Pathfinder because that's what we're going to use. Hit it with a save. Done. Okay, so all right, guys, almost ready to go. So these two back modules. All right, let me think about assembly order here. So truss segment is going to go up. Then this guy. So the Z1 goes up first, and then we need a mission to move that cupola up there. Or not the cupola, the arm. I think the arm is going to end up going with the airlock, because that's a small payload and we could fit both of those in there. I'm going to have to end up making a shuttle pallet for that, but that's no problem. We can do that. That's easy. Okay, so Z1's going to go up first, and then we launch the Lab 1 module, which is A, the module labeled A. And we'll bring up that Lab module and the shuttle docking ring 1. That's on assembly flight 2. And then after... Oh, okay. After that, I would want B1 and B2, but the problem here... Would you like to write it down? No, Sun Temple, I'm just thinking about it right now. Never on stream, Alex, to be honest with you. Ad time? You should write it down. No. No, I shouldn't. I don't want to write it down. Please stop. No, just give me a second. We're not finalizing any orders, guys. I need to visualize how this gets put together. Writing it down is not going to help me visualize this better. You know why? Because writing is not visualizing. Different things. I'll write you down, chat. You sons of guns. Why don't you take a seat? Why don't you write it down? Why don't you take a seat? Ah, it just keeps doing that. All right, so first mission is this. Second mission is that. And the airlock. So that'll get me this module, and that module up. Now we need the arm up there, but we also need the airlock to be able to EVA so we can take apart pieces of this, the alignment pieces, maybe we could take the longeron pins off as well. You know what? You want to keep the longeron pins on there. But I need EVAs to strut this module together, okay? Now, from there, how are we going to do this? What I would really like is to bring up the nodes, B1 and B2 right there, so I can attach the airlock. And then we also got to bring the arm up. This thing is in the unfolded position, so it takes up a lot of space. But it's not that big of a deal. I can't ship that with any of these modules here. No, Cake. I'm working on flat packing the last 6 or 7 modules here. We've gotten most of these modules ready to go. I'm just thinking about assembly order right now. And the reason why I'm thinking about assembly order in the first place is so I can, I need to figure out how the modules go into the shuttle payload bay and then how we're going to move them. I need to just do a quick visualization. We could finalize out this stuff a little bit later, like the exact numbers. But like, for instance, if we go to put the starboard truss segments in, right? So S1 and S2 right there. If we go to do that and I have the arm up, it would be better if HAB2 or HAB1, it would be better if HAB1 was not there, because the shuttle would have problems moving its arm out and around. So we wouldn't want that module there. We'd want to install that module later. Like, the HAB modules would go in way later. In fact, I'm thinking about moving HAB1's location over here and putting Lab 2's location where HAB1 is. But yeah, if I do that, then I have to redo all that attachment mechanism. So yeah, it's not that big of a problem. Maybe we'll move HAB2 and put HAB2 here, and then we'll put Lab 2 over there. Yeah, that's probably better. Which still means that I need the truss segments up here. Or not the truss segments, I need the B segments up here. So I was thinking about launching these as one piece, because it'll be easier to dock all this stuff together. But there's a problem. I have an attachment mechanism that goes that way, and then I have an attachment mechanism that goes this way. My CBM is designed to translate together like this, and translate together like that. We would have some serious trouble diagonally moving that module into position. So that means before we move these trusses up here, before we move the B series trusses, or not the B series, the B series nodes up there, we would have to have the truss segment, at least on the starboard side, finished. Hey Whitney, what's going on? They look mirrored. Why the need to change things around? Are you serious? I just explained that a moment ago. Good, and you? Très bien. Yeah, I'm good. Hey Wolfpack, what's going on, buddy? How's the new book, dude? The station is wow. Merci. Sultan, we'll get a launch. Don't worry, pal. Slow. We're getting ready to fly to Florida for my 5-year-old son's 10th surgery. Last time I was there, I worked on it a ton, so hoping to do it during the downtime. All right, man. Best of luck. Keep you in my thoughts, dude. Keep your son in my thoughts, I should say. Well, yeah, passing. I'm not sure that this thing can reach down and underneath that module. That's all. The better way to do it would be to install this and then install that one and then attach the B modules to it. Because yeah, but then again, okay, so hear me out. Then again, what I could do is not install the B modules and install the airlock on the back here. And then, well, okay, so then later, when we go to put these B modules in, I would need... Oh. How are we going to do that? Oh boy. Appreciate it. They're putting his hip back into the socket. They didn't think he had one, so it's good news kind of surgery. Good news kind of surgery. Was born with skeletal stuff. Yeah, okay. I got you, man. Well, keep them in my thoughts, dude. And I mean that. What makes a difference is to go, yeah, King, no problem. So I don't want this module here, right? But we might have to. I might have to end up putting that module in position here. Because see, the arm can work on the traverse thing, so it can move back and forth. See that gold thing? It can actually move. It's on rails right there for the most part. And the arm can actually reach down and underneath. But if this module isn't here, it makes it easier for the arm to be able to reach down into the shuttle's payload bay and attach the truss segments out here. It could do it's easier operation. So I don't need to pull something out of the shuttle's payload bay with the shuttle's arm, reach over here, and then grab it with the other arm, and then attach it. Now, on the port side, we don't have that problem. The shuttle's arm could probably install these modules by itself. It could probably reach up and over. Or I could do the NASA approach with the port truss segment and have 2 grapple points, which is what I put on my port truss segment. So this thing can grab it, and then we can move the arm over here, and then the arm can, it can just pass it off, and then it can install it. That's what NASA did with their port truss segment. The starboard truss segment has a singular attachment node, and that singular attachment node basically means that the arm could reach down into the shuttle's payload bay, grab the truss segment out, and installed it, the station arm, by itself. They didn't use the shuttle arm for that. I'm not sure why they had different procedures for each module. I'm sure there's a good reason. But if this module is called HAB1, if HAB1 is, or you could just call it the D module, got him. If the Delta module here is not in position, it'll be easier to install the truss segments. So what we could do, these modules got them. What we could do is just not bring the airlock up for a little bit. So we could go first mission, brings up the Z1 segment, right? That's the first mission, okay? Second mission will bring up the Lab 1 module, or the A module, the Alpha module, okay? It'll bring up the Alpha module in the docking ring. And then the third mission on the third mission, we could bring the airlock up and attach the airlock in where that B1 module is. We could do that. We could bring up the airlock in the arm. I just woke up. Here's a new Tory tweet. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Look. Yeah, module shuffling is always a possibility. Sorry, Bruno. You guys have been awesome sharing our Vulcan rocket enthusiasm. Here's a Tory time lapse as a thank you. Let me know if you'd like more. I would like more Vulcan updates, sir. Bring it on. I would like more Vulcan updates, sir. Bring it on, and thank you. Oh no, not a GIF. We don't need a GIF. You need to put emotes. This old guy thinking of social media. You gotta put emotes to convey tone. We're gonna give Tori Bruno the horns. Okay? He knows about the horns. And then we will tweet Vulcan rollout. Don't mess with the bull, chat. You'll get the horns, okay? Three horns was good. Two horns is weird. Well, two. Yeah, it's good enough. All right. Tori Bruno is legend. Oh, Zach, my guy. Cool. I got to talk to him again. Autobots, roll out. I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Bumblebee, stop lubricating the man. He does play KSP, Viz, yeah. He plays with his, I think he plays with his grandson, if I'm remembering right. Optimus Prime. Okay, alright, back to module shuffling. So, Z1 first, Alpha, docking ring 1, and then we got to bring up the arm and the airlock. So, say we put the airlock here on the aft end of the Alpha module, right? Airlock can go on the back, the arm is up in position. Now what? So, the airlock's on the back. Then basically we can go to truss segment building from there. Okay? So we can do starboard 1, starboard 2, and then port 1 and port 2. Or we could do starboard 1, starboard 2, right? And then we could bring up the Delta module right there. Put the Delta module in position, right? And then okay, so this one is going to get complicated. How are we going to do this? So the shuttle can bring up B1 and B2 together. The Delta module will be in position, but it won't be connected. It'll be mounted over there. So we got to take the airlock off, right? You have to take the airlock off. And then we need the shuttle arm to be able to install both of these. So we could take the airlock off and have it free floating with the arm, right? And then shuttle arm, if it can reach, and I think it should be able to, if it can reach, the shuttle should be able to grab the B modules here, pull them out, rotate them, and then move them up into position. And then once the B modules are attached, then the arm could be over here in this position, and we could hold the airlock. It could grab it from over here and move the airlock out. And then we could install B1 and B2 at the same time by launching them up in one shot. That's totally doable. And then we install the airlock in its position there. So we'll have truss segment, Z1, Alpha Delta, Bravo 1, Bravo 2 in position with the module Charlie, which is the airlock. So we'll have A, B, C, and D installed. And then from there, we can do P1, P2, right? And then the last couple of modules can be the Echo and Foxtrot, Echo, Foxtrot, and Golf. Echo, Foxtrot, and Golf will be easy. Those will be easy to put together. Yeah, pretty much, Hal. Yeah, passing here. Let me just see if the arm can reach, for instance, to like a... If I put a grapple point right there. We're just going to have to do some theory crafting here. Nope, that's not going to work. It has to be out like this. Because yeah, passing. If the arm can get at that docking port right here, if I can get the shuttle RMS to there, then yeah. Using this and detaching the airlock for a second, I mean, that's probably going to be the most complicated mission out of all of these. That's the hardest one. Maybe except for bringing up the Alpha and docking ring 1. Because I need to use the arm to assemble the station on the docking ring, and then we need to get close and basically berth to use that port right there for the shuttle arm to basically dock. We need to berth this module to the Z1 while it's attached to the docking port, Zarya style. So the second assembly mission will look like STS-88, where we grapple. That's going to be my Z1, and that's my Alpha module, if that makes any sense. Yeah, okay, cool. It looks like it'll be fine. Well, let's check it just to be sure. You know, you just better to be absolutely sure. So Tori Bruno liked the legend tweet. NASA provided an update to the Soyuz situation tomorrow at 9 a.m. Okay. And Tori Bruno liked the reply, dude. That's cool, man. I can't believe he's running a multi-million-dollar rocket company and has time to like freaking everyone's tweet. I'm telling you, man, the guy's a legend. I meant what I said. Yeah, Alex. Leaky Soyuz, indeed. This is going to be a tough angle to get at this thing with. We might be better off, like, rotating this thing all the way around. Twist it around for a straighter shot. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. Yeah, we're gimbal locked out there, passing. It's gonna have to be something like this. Once again, we just really got to find the right combination of numbers. I mean, this proves pretty much that it'll work, but I really would like to just be absolutely 100% sure. Just a bunch of the series doing pure shuttle launch. I have other boosters, but I also have the shuttle too. This space program that my space program rules Barak I basically have an unlimited budget. Yeah. Okay. Just a couple more tweaks here and there and we should be able to, this should be like spot on. The real key is to get these joints over here close. And it, like I said, guys, it pays to do the practice here. Passing, I'm not worried about this. I can pull the module out. We can rotate it around down here and then kind of go up and out with it. We could totally do it. I just need to make sure that this can get close. Okay, so we need to back out a little bit. And it looks like we need to rotate a little bit as well. There's a combination of numbers that gets me to this thing. The other thing that we can do is that I don't have to try to get the arm to the grapple point. I can basically get the arm to a position where it's nice and easy to grab at this thing. In fact, baking the grapple points based off of arm movement is probably a good idea now that I'm thinking about it. So, quite literally, take this thing. Take that port and move it to a point that I know this thing can get at. Yeah, I think that that's the right move, passing. I know that NASA did that because you go and look at the station, there's grapple points in weird spots all over the place. And most likely is for integration. In fact, if I know NASA, I'll bet you their grapple mounting points have like some kind of pins or something, so you could the grapple point, they probably just made one of the same thing over and over and over again, and then it's on like quite literally a ball joint that you can lock in place or some type of mechanism like that. Because I'm guessing that NASA anticipated this problem. ABL go for verification for today's window. Teams monitoring risks of triggered lightning. Booster 9 is also on the move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, passing. We are in concurrence, my friend. See? That port is fine. And in fact, now what I'm going to do, dudes, is I'm going to write this down. Station. Now I'm going to write it down. In fact, we should probably go back through and do this with every module just to be absolutely sure. That's the right, that's a good idea. Don't get me wrong, that won't take very long, but it'll make putting this together easier. Now, I know you're not one for notes, but I'm in for notes with the right spot, you know? So, minus 66. $105. Minus 86. $41. Minus 64. And then minus 120. There. Cool. Peregrine launch also has 2 Kuiper satellites on board, which are originally scheduled for ABL. Dope. So what I'm going to do, guys, as we go through operations and checkout, I'm literally, we're going to write all this stuff down. And I'll literally have the assembly order written down. So when we go to do this, it's just plugging in numbers. What happened with the Virgin Galactic flight last night? Stage croaked. Second stage took a dump, dude. All right. Now let's just move. Let's try to get that second position right there. Hey, Jay Hayes.
Discovery, go at throttle up. We actually got to back her up a little bit. Twenty-4th of February. Yep, Kerbal. That's when Kerbal comes out, dudes. That's very close. Okay, stage numbers are minus 69. Nice. 94. Elbow is minus 63. So this is basically where it's staged, and then I needed to just translate. I needed to translate back into to dock, right? And when we do that, guys, when we're translating back to dock like that, we got to make sure it basically stays straight. So I'm writing the numbers where we are in the staged position and then in the berth position, right? Because that should get it to all kind of hooked together. And then when we undo that, it'll snap dock and lock into position. So even if we're not totally correct on the berth, it should be, these numbers should be accurate enough. $28, 61, minus 61, Omaha, hike. Okay, that's for the B1, B2 node, so we have that figured out. Good, that goes over there for now. Yeah, I see it, son. Yeah, we gotta make sure it's negative, or else, yeah, the thing will go off into space somewhere. Okay, cool. I think that's the way we need to do this. Put the grapple points where they need to go, and so the arms are in reach.
Speaking of Peyton, he's hilarious. No, don't. No, no. Peyton Manning, no. No, I don't like the Mannings. No. I mean, you're right, but also, no. Ugh. What's wrong with you? See, and that's the cool thing about these modules. We can just keep stacking them like this if we need to. Now, give me that old airlock module right here. Dang old airlock. So if we brought up airlock like this, and we put the airlock there temporarily, right? Does it line? Okay, where do we need to move this to get it to line up? It needs to go like that. Yeah, that'll work. It'll work. So, if the airlock comes up with the arm, that mission, we could dock the shuttle, pull out the shuttle pallet with the second arm, with the first arm, extend the first arm out, and I can attach it right here. The arm can actually end up berthing right there. Or docking itself right there instead of up on the MBS. Because if it's up on the MBS, it can't like move around and grab this. So it's going to need to be right here. And then that thing can grab the airlock module inside of the payload bay with that grapple point right there, because that's the keel pin point. We could also use that. We can grab at that if we need to. And if the arm is here, it's going to need to swing the airlock up and around and in. How long will it take to assemble this? 15 assembly missions, Dabalot. I want to get it done sooner rather than later. But this is all the crossing the T's and dotting the I's to get this done. If I have most of this figured out, it should not be hard to do the mission. And I'm not just saying that. I'm pretty damn confident this is going to get a lot easier if I figure out this stuff now rather than guessing up in space. Guessing and space flight usually don't go together very well. The only time you really guess about anything with spaceflight is if you're in in an Apollo 13 scenario, and even then it's an educated guess. Understand? Am I right? Hey Super, what's going on? So when we undo the airlock with the arm here, this thing is gonna have to, where is it gonna be able to, where's it gonna have to put it? So if it docks there and grapples at this thing, right? We install it, we basically unbutton or unbolt it or unberth it, same way that we docked it. So that means the second arm is gonna be here. And then the shuttle arm is going to have to move. The shuttle arm is going to have to move the double B2 modules, or B1 and B2 modules out, and it's going to have to bring them out this way and flip them around and then install them. It's going to be hard to do with the arm there. So maybe it would be better if we had the arm bring the airlock module out here, installed the B2 modules, and then installed the Charlie module, the airlock, on the other side. Yeah, that's probably going to be better. That is going to be better because the arm's going to be over there anyway. So the airlock, I originally had it over here, and then I moved it to the other side, and now I think moving it back here would be the right move. So that means the arm would be attached here, and it would need to go out over here like this, out over here like that, up and attach to that point. It could float or temporarily dock off the top of the Z1. Those don't align. Passing. I'm thinking I'm gonna float it. Shuttle will move the B modules into place, install it here. We'll like basically have the arm attached here, and we'll float this thing out here somewhere. Then the shuttle arm will do its thing, install the B modules, and then once we do that, dude, it should be really easy to just move that back into position, right? We just basically translate it back. It's going to be stowed over there anyway. In fact, if we sit here and do the math out, that should be a really easy thing to do. Keep in mind that this module, oh, actually, no. If we're going to put the B modules on, that means the Delta module is going to be installed. So that means the arm can be right here. And if the arm can be right here, oh, then we don't even need to worry about it. We're well out of the way. So RMS can be on this point right here. Pluck the airlock module off, bring the airlock module down and around, and rotate it and just kind of hold it out here. Then the shuttle arm will install the B series modules, and we attach C to there. Done. Done. That's it. We're good. Now, yeah, we should be able to get at that grapple point pretty much at any time. Yeah, Super, I want to build with the arms. Good. Yeah, that'll work. It'll do it. Okay, so we need to revise the assembly order a little bit. So the assembly order is Z1 truss segment. That's the first one. That's my core module. That's why it has the propulsion systems on it if it needs it. Z1 first. Then the alpha module and docking ring one on the shuttle. And then we're going to need assembly flight 3 is going to be the arm and the airlock. Now, once again, move this back like this and give me that airlock module. The airlock module is going to be, hang on. Airlock module is going to be docked like that. So, shuttle arm moves pallet with regular arm out. We unfold the arm on the pallet, attach the arm there. Arm grabs airlock, installs airlock on the aft end of the alpha module. So I'm going to change the lettering around now so it doesn't get confusing. That means the airlock is module B, right? And then that would mean that the hab 1 is C. And then the 6-axis nodes are D. D2, the Mighty Ducks. I just DM you some RMS-related PDF links that I'm not sure you've seen before, including effector applications. Payload install deployed, and one that I think it has vibrational modes in the think IK math. Maybe not good for now. I'll check them later, Aqualex. I'm confident with what I'm doing now. Yeah, okay. So So A, B, C, D1, D2, E, F, and G. E, F, and G are going to be, that's easy. Those, I don't think we even need to bother trying to figure those out. I'm dead serious about that. Just because, like, where these modules, I mean, you know, it'd still pay to do the numbers, but I only need to do the numbers once because the installation procedure between F and E are going to be exactly the same. RMS docked here. Pull that out of the shuttle payload bay, stage it here, and then attach it. And then over here, RMS over here, pull it out of the shuttle payload bay, get it in the exact same position, and attach it. Those, we only have to do that once. Yeah, they're so straightforward compared to the rest. Yeah, some missions are easier than others, dude. Okay. That's good. So, first module, second set of modules. Airlock and RMS is the third set of modules. And then, fourth is the S1. Fifth is the S2. Sixth is the Charlie module. Seventh assembly flight, which is going to be the difficult one. That's the Delta modules now. The two Delta modules, the two 6-axis nodes. So that's pull the airlock off, put the D2 modules in place, attach the airlock back over there. That, dude, if we get that mission done, then we're over the hump. That's when we can habitate the station. I think that's where I'll be confident enough to put Kerbals on board. And then, after that, we do S1, S2, and then the Echo Foxtrot modules, and then the second docking ring will be sent up with the cupola, which would be the last module to install right there. Second docking ring, we can attach it over here on the end of the Foxtrot module, and that's an inverse module to be able to it's so I can dock the shuttle on the back of the station if I really want to. That's gonna go there. Hey, Adventum, everything is good. These modules are going to be easy to install. How are we going to put that docking ring, the second docking ring on there? Honestly, have the shuttle berth it. Bring the docking ring up in that attached position. Hello from Germany. Hey, Carlos. What's up? Passing. I noticed something. So, how I have docking ring 2 set up, it's designed to have a shuttle nose down. So you can see how the shuttle is nose up here. Rotate the shuttle along this axis, right? And then the tail would be up here. It's so I could dock 2 shuttles to the station if we absolutely need to. And then we could have 3 arms juggling around payloads to assemble stuff on the Z1 truss segment, like a bigger transfer ship, for instance, right? Would it be worthwhile to get the second docking adapter up ASAP? Would doing that make assembly easier, given you could give you a closer, better placed payload location? I thought about it, Aqualex, but honestly, it's just going to get in the way when we go to do... Like, when I go to install the Delta modules, the thing is just going to get in the way. Because then I have to do more stuff like using one arm to pull the airlock out, and then use another arm to install things. You know what I mean? I thought about it, and it's a good idea, but I don't want to do it. And absolutely destroy the frame rate.
like I said, it says it's 1,500 parts, guys, but we're more at 700, 800 because we have physics-less parts. The station frame rates are not bad from testing. With the shuttle, it's going to be a little bit slow, but it's not going to be as slow as you might think. It's definitely not going to be 1,500 parts slow. And actually, I think it was S-Master, and don't tell him I said this, but he came up with the idea of having a station that, I think it was either him or Demo. Maybe they both proposed that, I don't know, I forget. Came up with the idea of having a station that's just a truss segment for staging ships on it. So, like a fuel, like basically picture a fuel station, right? And the fuel segment has just a truss where we could assemble ships. But, I mean, we could do it here, too. It was your idea, Kappa. I don't know. Forget. Also, I hate you. No. That's not a bad idea, dude. But, yeah, I made it... This system is so I could dock a shuttle here. And we could have one shuttle here, stage a payload, attach it here. That, see, like, that second docking port, dudes, makes it so it's easy for me to build stuff on the Z1. Because when we dock a shuttle here, that mostly gives us access with the robotic arms down here. You know what I mean? With the shuttle over here, that gives us access to the robotic arms up on the top, up here. That's a place where the real space station doesn't have any arm movement, because there doesn't need to be, because there's Russian modules there in real life. I know I suggested that without prior knowledge, not Kappa. Yeah, maybe. Scott Manley released a video about the failure of Virgin Orbit's Launcher 1. He might have some good guesses. I don't know if you want to check it out. Yeah, I'll go see what Scott says in a little bit. Erudite, I want to get this done. But here's the problem that I noticed. If the shuttle is docking upside down, that means its arm is going to be over here somewhere, because the shuttle docking, the shuttle robotic arm, I usually fly it on the port side. You could fly it on either side, though, but I fly it on port side, just like the real one. So that means the arm is going to be over here, and there's a distinct lack of... There's a distinct lack of dexterity here. Like, I know that the shuttle's arm, from basically doing that calculation right there, that needs to be auto-strutted. From placing that port and doing that movement stuff there, I know that a shuttle arm would be able to get to at least here. At least to the 6-axis nodes. Yarg, not really. We can do most of the work on this side. I think I might need a second set of docking ports up here so the RMS can grapple at things. What's the T0 for the first shuttle launch? It's sometime today, yes. It's gonna get done today. I'm close. This is finalizing it, figuring out how all this stuff is gonna go together, fellas. It's finalization. Easy peasy. This is the stuff that doesn't necessarily need to be done right now, but it's going to pay out pretty hard if we do. But the Z1 truss segment, that's going to have to be, because of how I put this all together, that's going to be the last module that I have to check out. And yeah, when the Z1 is ready to go, I'll let you, yeah, we'll get ready for launch. There's still a lot of stuff that I have to do here, but it's all just busy work. Basically I have to go through, make sure that same vessel collision is enabled on the right parts. I have to go through and make sure that all the robotics are locked out for when we go to fly it. Make sure the CAL controllers are disabled. That's a miscellaneous controller anyway, and that's the solar orbital period controller. Those can be disabled. I have to make sure all the robotics are locked out. I have to design the shuttle pallet, which shouldn't take very long. Once again, I don't like admitting this, but I'm straight up going to copy NASA. With how they stored this, I'm just gonna do the same thing. It's gonna be way easier that way. And then once everything is good, then I have to move it all into mission mode. Yeah, we have to move everything over into mission mode. That's gonna take a second, but I'm thinking just move the craft file over into mission mode and start plucking and sub-assembling pieces based off of that. So, It would work, but it's got to stretch and hasn't got a whole lot of connection points. Yeah. Yeah, Aqua. Yeah, I usually don't like doing that, though. I like duplicating and elaborating. But in the sake of time, yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna use their kinematics. We'll borrow them. We'll borrow the kinematics real quick. NASA, EJ be like, hey NASA, can I copy your homework a little bit? NASA be like, yeah, sure, just change up a couple of things. Expediency has its place, indeed. Hey, Loopy. Thanks for the raid. You know what? I don't think an inside piece right there is what we're looking for. What I'm gonna do, I got an idea. So those modules have them kind of a third or a quarter of the way in. For dexterity's sake, in receiving the right payloads, that's where it would be on the other module. I'm going to move it all the way to the end. The reason why I want to move this all the way to the end is so the second arm can reach up there if we need to install stuff on the Z1 truss segment from here. So like it could pull something out of the shuttle payload bay and put it there if I need to. The likelihood of me actually using that port is pretty low. But it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not need it and not have it. I will literally pay for the extra parts. I'm not literally. I will pay for the extra parts. It's not that big of a deal. I always put the yellow arrow on the docking port facing the zenith. Or the top of the space station. That's just to help me orient a little bit better. There, we'll do that on both sides. That'll give me enough dexterity. That's the keel pin docking port, and we can absolutely use those too. But that'll just make it so it's good enough. Short KSP2 video. I want to get this done, dudes. Oh, the bridge. Yeah, you gotta fly it under the bridge, dude. How many launches today? Best case scenario, Doom, I should be able to get 3 done today. But once again, it really depends. I need to. You guys, I mean, you guys can help me out by if you know what I'm trying to do now and you know how this is working. If people have questions in chat, answer them. So, because the less time it takes for me on explanations today, the better. Because that'll get us more. That'll get us more. Like, I usually don't ever ask this because I know people want me to answer the question. I understand. But it's better if you guys do me a solid just this one time and help explain it a little more than what we usually do. This will get done faster. Okay. Thanks, Kiranov. Okay, I think we have the assembly order figured out, dudes. Serious, I think we're good. All right, I put down a post here for the next piece.
Assembly order Z1, Lab A. The airlocks are docking ring 1. So Z1, Lab A, docking ring 1. Right? Then airlock B. Right? And once that's ready to go, that's minimum viable for the station. We could put Kerbals on board if we really wanted to at that point, but maybe I don't think we should do that just yet. Then so airlock B, Lab C, that would be the next module. If we're just talking straight modules, yes. Lab C, then remove the airlock Delta 1, Delta 2, reattach airlock over here on the starboard port of Delta 2. And then that's the key change, yeah. And then Echo and Foxtrot. Echo and Foxtrot, easy. That's easy. Echo Foxtrot are done, and then the second docking ring. The second docking ring will install the cupola here. So if the shuttle is over here docked, you know, with the nose facing towards the ground instead of nose up like this, how do we move that cupola into position? We're gonna have to go and redo this just a little bit so we know. Because the way I positioned the docking ports was to pull it out of a shuttle payload bay over here. So we're eliminating the traverse docking problem by making sure both modules under Z1 are present when we double dock the nodes, right? Yes. Yeah, pretty much, Lou. And I already did I fudged some numbers and made a custom grapple point right there to basically get the modules to translate on one axis. We can plug it into the cal controllers and go from there. Easy peasy. Now, if we bring up docking node 2 with module G, so the cupola, which is Gulf, it's going to be here. The shuttle's going to be here. And I have the cupola basically set to dock. More or less like this. Oh, okay. We're gonna need to change the assembly order one more time, dude. Quick question though for future construction. I know you like reducing the links in the hierarchy. Is there a reason not to attach berthing adapter ports to each other? First, gizmo them to final module length, then build the module between them as far as the hierarchy is concerned. It depends on what you're building, Aquilex, but that is a way to do it. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Let me, I gotta draw it real quick, but yeah, I gotta change the back module. So you're talking about having a piece here and having a piece here and then connecting them and then attaching other modules, other pieces inside, right? Like that. And then maybe doing a strut right there. That works, but this has a lot of moment in this design. You're putting a lot of load on the strut. It'll work. It really depends on what you're doing. Here's how I do it. So that's the berthing mechanism, right? So that's the fairing. That's the docking port. Fairing, docking port like that. So that's the fairing. That's my docking port. That's the other docking port. How I have this set up is I have one of the 1.8 fairings, another one of the 1.8 fairings, and that. And then on top of that, I have my keel port and grapple points are based off of the fairings like this. Right? These are docking ports. And then, because the fairings have interstage attachment nodes, I have hab modules here and a hab module here. Or I do exactly what you said. I have a hab module here that's attached to another hab module And that is strutted to the fairing here. Or we have another hab right there, and they're strutted to each other. That's another way to do it. But I basically do exactly what you're talking about, but it's layered into a bigger hierarchy that's a lot stronger. This way, once again, keeps your branches short. It keeps the branches short. And the fairings act like a transistor, basically, for hierarchical flow. So, for instance, if I have the arm docked right here, and we separate this, or we separate the keel pin from right here out of the shuttle payload bay. Now we flip the hierarchy. So this was the root part, but now that's the root part. The only thing that you're reversing is the hierarchical connection between the fairings, and that's it. And some of the modules, depending on how we're doing it, I have all of the grapple points attached to... I have all the grapple points attached to one fairing. So basically it works like a transistor. Your hierarchical input is over here, doesn't change the rest of the design at all. Or your hierarchical input is here, same thing. You're not reversing the flow in any way, shape, or form. Even when it's birthed to the station and right here. Now you just reverse the fairing and that's it. You reversed one part. See what I'm talking about? I have those set up like this on purpose. So you're never reversing the hierarchy because the hierarchy stays very simple here. Hey, Ebsta. Novus, what's that? Is that more pictures of the, oh, wait, hold on. What do we got? Yeah, you don't necessarily want to do that. I mean, but you could. It depends on application. But I mean, Aqualix, what you're saying works. This is a tomato scenario here. Artemis 3. Oh, Artemis 3. Honk. That's the Artemis 3 hydrogen tank, guys. That's part of the core stage that will move people back to the moon to land on it. Is this the one that had a structural thing, Novus? It's not stainless, it's aluminum. It's 7000 series aluminum. It's milled orthogrid 7000 series aluminum that's been friction stir welded together. Yeah, I can tell because of all the grinder marks. Somebody went ham in there fixing all the problems with it. Yeah, see all the grinder marks? This thing was originally a prototype, the Artemis 3 core, or the Artemis 3 hydrogen tank. It was a prototype, and there was structural defects with it. So they put it off to the side and started working on what would become the Artemis 1 core and then the Artemis 2 core. And as they were working on the Artemis 1 and Artemis 2 cores, they figured out, like as they were assembling those, they figured out a way to fix this. So they fixed the Artemis 3 core. The cool thing about this is that Boeing did this for no cost. Their original contract was to build 3 cores, and now we have 4. We have 4 for the price of 3, which is pretty good. That's right. Yep. Welcome to the ULA Cruise Line. Nice. Yeah, you could see they really inspected this thing. Look at all the grinder marks on it. Somebody went ham with the flap disc here. That's probably, my guess is that they were probably grinding off defective stuff and fixing it. Interesting. And you could see the stir welding lines right there. That's where it stir welded the bulkhead together and then stir welded the tanks together. A HIF with 4 cores in it. Remember they arched the shoulders? Yep. That's my reserve tank. That's awesome, Thomas.
If it were me, I'd want to use the fourth one for lunar return. Well, guys, NASA actually pretty recently, and I didn't get to like mention this in a formal capacity because we haven't been doing space news because I want to play more KSP. NASA exercised an option to use HLS for Artemis 4 as well. So we're going to get 2 crewed landings, Artemis 3 and 4, with Starship HLS. So 4 is going to move people to the moon as well, which is pretty sweet, actually. And 4 is going to be the first one to use the EUS, so they can take like a gateway component with them. I'm not sure if they're going to do that, but they could. Is it like the Saturn V with the O2 lines running through the tank? No. It's a little bit more efficient if you don't heat up your hydrogen. You don't preheat the hydrogen hip. Think about it, dude. So SLS flies LOX tank on top, hydrogen tank on bottom. It's a legacy design from the shuttle. The reason why they flew LOX tank on the top, hydrogen tank on the bottom for the shuttle is for balancing, right? Now, they carried that design over to SLS. But here's the thing. So the shuttle had what's called an external downcomer. It's a pipe that runs down the side. SLS is carrying that over. The reason why the shuttle and SLS carry that over is because if you have an internal downcomer into a hydrogen tank, you're preheating your hydrogen. What do we know about hydrogen? If you preheat it, it expands. If you get overpressure inside of the tank, what does hydrogen do? It leaks everywhere. Everywhere. You don't want that happening on the stage. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, how did they do it with Apollo then? Well, they insulated the downcomers on Apollo that are using internal downcomers, but this is still a better way to do it. You would literally heat up your hydrogen with liquid oxygen. Between liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen's cryogenic levels, we're still talking about 100-degree difference. So you will literally heat up your hydrogen with super chilled liquid oxygen. Yeah, so they use an external downcomer for that purpose. So that tank is pretty hollow on the inside. But since SLS is in a vertical stack configuration, unlike the shuttle tank, this is orthogrid inside. So they basically have a huge thick plate of aluminum, right? And they mill out a grid on like halfway through the plates here. So it's a... So they take an aluminum plate, see, and they put it on a huge 5-axis, well, not a 5-axis, it's just a 3-axis CNC machine. The thing is, it's the size of a basketball court. And they mill out a grid in like halfway through it. So the chunk of aluminum is still solid on one side, but it's gridded on the other. You could tell this was milled because of the mill lines. See the lines? You can see where the end mill went in and cut everything. So they make these gigantic freaking panels, right? And then they take the panels, they treat them, and then they weld this sucker together. But they stir weld it, dude. So stir welding is basically when you butt the two panels up against each other, right? And then they have, basically it kind of looks like a drill and a heat gun kind of combined. There's this bit that spins around and it spins over the seam. And the friction creates so much heat that the two panels actually weld themselves together. So they stir weld it. That's what those lines are. And that's on the external tank there. The external tank did have stir welding, and it did eventually have an ortho grid in the design. The original external tanks were smooth inside of the hydrogen tank. But they figured out that doing this makes it a lot lighter and a lot stronger. Look at all these aluminum tubes! Joe! 6-month resub. Thanks, man. Yeah, see, ULA uses those huge mills, huge Cincinnati mills for making Vulcan parts. See them right there? They're freaking gigantic, dude. And that mills out the panels, and then they stir weld them together. And they do that on a huge barrel stir welding jig that looks kind of like that. That's not exactly it. That's a different thing. Hey FX, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Aqualex has a video on stir welding, but there's this. That's it when it comes out. It makes a barrel segment. The thing about stir welding, guys,
is that you're literally mixing it. You're mixing the two aluminum plates together. And here's the most important part. Here's the biggest thing about stir welding. Stir welding does not change the molecular structure of the aluminum, believe it or not. The aluminum structure, if you x-rayed it and look at the aluminum structure here and on a seam, it would look exactly the same. That's the beauty of stir welding. Stir welding is a big deal. That was a big optimization in spacecraft fuel tank manufacture. The shuttle program is what gave us that one, just for what it's worth. They needed to make the external tank lighter to increase shuttle payload capacity. And there's Tori Bruno with his ortho grids right there. That guy's pretty cool. So then they put it through a huge break and curved the thing. And then they put the curves together on a jig and they stir weld it. That's how SLS is made. That New Glenn is made very similar to this. Falcon 9 is made like this. Not Starship. Starship's different because stainless. But SLS is made this way too. Good afternoon. Ah! It doesn't melt it. It stirs it together, Josh. Yeah. But the crazy thing about it is that stir welding doesn't screw with the molecular structure because stir welding is relatively low heat, so you don't deform the aluminum. Okay, so for instance, guys, if you're MIG welding two steel plates together, the way that you're obviously arcing electricity through a metal rod, right? And that short circuit liquefies the metal for a second and melds the parts together, right? It's an intentional short circuit. But because that metal strip had an insane amount of electricity going through it, when you melded the two plates together, if you x-rayed the plate and x-rayed the weld, the molecular structure would be different because they were manufactured separately. They were manufactured differently. The plates weren't made by arcing electricity, right? The two steel plates were made by arcing electricity through the plate to get it to the shape. They were rolled steel. So they came out of a steel mill. They poured it, a crucible, poured it, and then they rolled it out into a nice sheet, right? So because that was made differently than how you made the metal for the weld, right? The weld actually has a different molecular structure. It's stronger than the steel plates because for whatever reason, arcing electricity through the flux, what it's called flux core, right? Arcing electricity through the flux core it superheats it, right? Because it's a short circuit, and it for whatever reason, whatever that does makes it super strong. Now think about this. You have your two steel plates, and then you have your weld that's holding them together. Now you pressurize the inside of those steel plates together. The weld is actually stronger than the plates, right? So you have a non-uniform structure on your outside at a molecular level. With stir welding, it makes it concurrent. It makes it the same structure on the outside throughout the whole circumference of the vehicle. The vehicle can hold higher pressures this way because you have a nice uniform structure around the outside at a molecular level. So it's really, 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 really strong and can hold really high pressure, which is cool. It's like I'm telling you, that stir welding thing and then milled ortho grids are really, 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 that's a super big innovation for rockets. It's really kind of a big deal. Is it molecular structure? I'm pretty sure it's molecular, Rem, but I'm not 100%. You'd have to go double check me. Do you know if the card I sent has arrived yet? Yeah, it's in the car, Def. I gotta go get it. I cleaned out the P.O. box over the weekend. But yeah, pretty cool, huh? And that's the SLS hydrogen tank right there. There it is. See the stir welding lines? This thing is uniform all the way around the circumference of it, which is pretty crazy. And I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that's part of the reason why Falcon 9 cores can be reused so many times, because they're stir welded together. That is a big tank. So guys, little bit of reference here. This tank is 8.4 meters in diameter and about 50 meters tall, I'd say, something like that. So it's a 15-story building that's about 20 feet wide, give or take. So 8.4 by 50. This is as big. This thing is as big and double the diameter as a Falcon 9 first stage. Just putting it out there. How many liters of hydrogen? Oh, a lot. I don't know, man. It holds a lot, dude. It's a big tank. That thing is huge. Booster 9's rolling back to production. Novus, this is fantastic, dude. Yeah, they're putting it in on the processing stool there. Where's this constructed? Louisiana, Adventum. This is Michoud. It's just outside of New Orleans. That's where they made all the Saturn V first stages, all the shuttle external tanks, and all the SLS cores are being made here. In fact, that stand right there was originally used for Saturn V. You know how I can tell? The gantries right there are the diameter of a Saturn V. It's a 10-meter diameter. You see how this is 8.4 meters and you have a wide berth right here? This jig was designed to fit a Saturn V first stage. But you can see the gray stuff is left over from the Apollo program. Right? The blue stuff is what they added to retool it for SLS. Anyway, let's get back to work. Starship sitting on the booster without any latches, even with liftoff. How is it with Falcon? All I know is there's a push rod to separate the first and second stage, but are they latched or just freely sitting on top? It has latches and no pushers. Ian's right. Aqualux, did I catch your last? Yeah, I got you, dude. I told people to click on your link if people wanted to see it. But anyway, I got to get back to work, man. I gotta get back to work. We got to get this done, dude. I could sit here and talk stir welding with you guys all day. Anyway, I need to just think about this last bit of integration here. It's all good, man. It's all good. I'm going fast on purpose, dude. So it might be quick. Pretty crazy how many people take this stuff for granted. I don't know how many people it takes to put that together. Thousands. Thousands of people. Adventum, that's what pisses me off the most, when people just write off SLS like it's some chump change thing that we've done before. Wholly ignoring the fact that there are thousands of people that need to come together to make this rocket work, and they're some of the smartest people in this country. Way to disregard our entire, like, educational institution. Like, it's really annoying, actually. That's what bothers me the most. All right. Hey, Goose. Really looking forward to the launches. Good. All right, so the last bit of stuff that we need to figure out. Let me just review this in my head, make sure I got it right. Z1 truss segment first. Alpha module docking ring 2. Third mission is robotic arm and airlock. Airlock goes on the aft part of Alpha, right there. Fourth mission is the S1. Fifth mission is the S2. Once that's all ready to go, stage is ready for habitation. The fifth mission is install the Bravo module, or Charlie module, excuse me. So we'll put the Charlie module there, airlock, right? The sixth mission okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 6, 7. Airlock over here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We could Nova Raptor. That might complicate things a little bit, but we could do it. Yeah, Williams, it's a little... Dude, I like dumping on Congress as much as the next person, but it's a little more nuanced than that, dude. You know, everybody says, oh, Congress is the reason why SLS exists, but they spin it in a bad light, not wholly realizing that if Congress hadn't saved Constellation and made it into the SLS program, we would have nothing. We would have nothing. Yeah. Just food for thought, man. I'm trying to reorient all the docking ports so the yellow is facing towards the zenith. It'll make it easier for arm orientation when we go to... Yeah, there we go. We gotta put this thing together. There we go. All right. So, last bit of modules. So, 6th mission will be the Delta 1 and Delta 2 modules. Or no, 6 will be Charlie. 7 will be the Delta 1 and Delta 2 modules. That's where we relocate the airlock over here. And now the cupola. So if the airlock's gonna go over here, I'm thinking maybe we could move the cupola over here. The reason why I want to do that is because... Okay, so 7D1, D2. Now... I just got to go through it in my head again. Z1 is first. Docking ring 2, Alpha module is second. 3rd mission is the airlock and the cupola. 4th mission is S1. 5th mission is S2. 6th mission is the Charlie module, so that's HAB 1. 7th mission is D1, D2, relocate airlock over there. 8th mission will be the P1. 9th mission will be P2. P2, GP2 engine. The 10th mission okay. Alright, so the 10th mission. Okay, I'm thinking, fellas. 10th mission, I think, will be Echo over here. This one. We gotta switch this. That's what I was saying. This needs to be the E module. And then Lab 2 over here needs to be F. That's the assembly order. The reason why is because we'll, just like Alpha and Docking Ring 1, we'll use Echo and Docking Ring 2. And then we'll go to dock this and the shuttle will be upside down when we put Docking Ring 2 into position. So... what I need here is the arm to grapple. I need the arm to grapple a port like that. And we can do the same exact positioning as this. So I need a port like this on that side of that module. I noticed that those are no good. Those aren't right. They aren't placed correctly. Good to know. Now that we fixed that. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I need to think how I'm gonna get that port, get another one of those ports over there in the same exact spot. I don't think I can copy the module per se. The reason why is because when we go to bring up Echo and docking port 2, right, the shuttle's going to be oriented upside down. So on the top of the D2 module, I need a docking port here that's in the same exact orientation as that. And then the staging numbers that I wrote down already, right? The staging numbers that I wrote down already, we could pretty much use the exact same process that we used to install the 6-axis nodes to birth E and docking port 2 right here. And that will open the door here for those to be installed. So 7th, 8th, 9th. This will be the 10th flight. And then the 11th one will be the cupola, and then the 12th one and final for now should be the F module. So that means cupola is going to be F now. And then this one will be G. That'll be the last one. Okay, so if the shuttle is upside down here, I'm going to need a docking port there. That gets those two modules installed. And then we can bring up the cupola module here. And we literally can just pull the cupola module out of the payload bay with the station manipulator. And we can install it there. That's not a problem. Yes, the space station remote manipulator can be attached here. Grab the module, translate it back, install it. Easy peasy. And then the last module would be Lab 2. Good. Okay, that's it. So now, okay, so that means what I got to do here is we got to do some trickery. I got to take this, we got to flip this sucker around like this. Then we got to temporarily kind of move this backwards. In order to get module E and docking port 2 installed correctly, I'm thinking, dudes. What would be the easiest way? I can't copy the D1 module. It won't do it, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we could check. I'm gonna save before I do this, but I'm pretty sure copying these modules makes the game upset. Well, it copied it. Copied it, but it deleted all the fairings. And that definitely is a problem. Yep, okay. We can get rid of this, though, eventually. What we'll do... Okay, this is going to get difficult, but we can do it. We're going to be launching more than one module today. Yes. Okay, this way is not going to work. That's not going to work how I want. Okay, let me put all these modules back into their positions. Okay. The only other way that this is going to work is if we take this right here. We take the shuttle docking rings. And I attach the docking ring here. I mean, it's backwards. We gotta fix it. And then you take the shuttle subassembly and we put a docking port in where we want the shuttle's docking port to go. It's going to be a little bit off, and that's okay. Now, take the entire shuttle subassembly, reroute it to that docking port, and reattach over here, but we need to reattach with the shuttle in the upside down position. Sorry, I'm like super deep in thought right now, guys. This is really important to visualize this and get it right. Yeah, see, this is why this is better to visualize, because that means I would have put it in the wrong spot. It would have been over there. It needs to be right there, which further indicates why that needs to be the last module to be put in. Let me get my numbers for the berth configuration for the arm here, and we'll go from there. So that needs to be minus 66. This needs to be 105. This one needs to be minus 86. And I know it's going through the module. I see it. Next one is 41. Next one here, minus 64. And then the last one here is minus 120. There. Now, give me that docking module. And we need to attach to a fairing here. Gotta go digging around. Find the fairing fish. Guys, this is the boring parts, but I assure you it's the calm before the storm. Hello, Gee. There we go. Okay, D2 has it in the right spot. Perfect. That's why writing those numbers down. Yeah, thanks, Passing. That's why writing those numbers down makes sense. Because now I can send up docking port 2 and HAB 2 in one shot, and we don't need the Space Shuttle Remote Manipulator system for it. I can literally use the exact same movement that I used to install these modules to install Module E. That will ensure that the shuttle can have a nadir-facing docking ring and then a zenith-facing docking ring, which is good in terms of shuttle orientation, right? That's good. That's what we want. And it uses those numbers. Those numbers are the key, man. And this all should work. We should be able to pull ourselves in. So that's the 10th assembly mission there. And then the 11th can be the cupola, and we can dock back over on docking ring 1 for the cupola mission. And then the 12th can be G, which is Laboratory 2. Actually, fellas, do you think if the cupola is now on the right side or on the port side and the airlock is going to be on the starboard side, I think it would be better to put E. Make this module E. No, hold on. G. Yeah, F. This one's got to be F. The cupola needs to be G. It has to go back to the way it was. So, shuttle comes here. We pull module F out. The station remote manipulator system can be attached right here. We could pass it off and it can bring it up and install it. And then the last assembly flight is the cupola. And we could just dock that here. Station manipulator can install that. And I think we're good. Yeah, Yarg, that's a little bit glitchy. I'd prefer the precision of the editor. Like 9 times out of 10. Yeah, I'd want the editor precision. And then if I dock the shuttle here, it should line up almost exactly with that. I noticed a problem here, fellas. Before we didn't have this docked to here, it was docked to the root part. That's why that was not lining up. So we just need to make slight adjustments to get this more in line. That shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, passing. The cupola can go here or here. It doesn't really matter. I thought it would look a little bit strange with the airlock here and the cupola there, and then all the other ports on the other side being empty. But I mean, cupola, honestly, we could move it over there. It's not going to change much. I just, I like the idea because the cupola was like one of the last modules with Node 3. The cupola is like one of the last modules with Node 3 to attach to the station. So I think the last assembly mission should be the cupola. That would be cool. You'd still have them on opposing sides. Yeah, well, the way we kind of have this set up to put it all together is going to make that a little bit difficult. Okay. Save. Now, let me take the shuttle. Let's detach the shuttle, and we'll put it over here. And we'll see if it still lines up. Perfect. Hey, Nevio. What's going on? Good. I'm good. You guys good? I'm good. I mean, how you have them, just the other way around. Nadir and port starboard. Yeah, you want cupola over here, airlock over there. But the way, like I said, the way we're delivering the Delta modules makes it so the arm is going to have the airlock all the way over here anyway. Unless we want the arm to basically bring the airlock around and attach it over here, which that doesn't make a lot of sense, dude. It'll be quicker and easier if we just plug it over here. You know what I mean? What I'm doing here, for the people that are wondering, if you're newer to Kerbal, you're wondering what the hell I'm doing, I'm visualizing what I'm going to do in space before we do it. That's all. I'm just doing it in the spaceplane hangar. One of the editors in here. That's all. We're just making sure that all the payloads are good to go. So on docking ring 2, we're set to jet. That thing is fine. So docking ring 2 is checked out. Cupola and its grapple points are checked out. That's easy. We need to reroute cupola to its root to the keel pin. Okay. I hope so. Staging for longer distance missions, Wolfpack, and teaching me how to use the arms correctly in space. I'm basically making a completely modular system to build out the entire space transportation system. Exactly what I was doing in 2014 with my shuttle, or at least what I wanted to do but couldn't do because the technology wasn't in Kerbal yet. You remember the 2014 saves, dude? I think you were here for that. Where I just built stations with the shuttle and then I wanted to build bigger transfer vehicles. Well, what happened is I ended up wanting to build these bigger transfer vehicles with the shuttle, but just the tech wasn't there. So I ended up building Grissums for the bigger transfer vehicles, right? So we had the shuttles and we had Grissums and stuff. I want to build a Grissom on orbit with the shuttle out of spare external tanks and SLS cores. Yeah, we'll build new transfer vehicles. And if I get the arm right and I start to really get the kinematics down for the arm correctly, I'll be able to assemble it and refuel a transfer vehicle in less than one stream. Now we have the tools and we have the talent. Indeed. I hope that can fit inside of the shuttle's payload bay, or we're gonna have a problem. I'm pretty sure it could. All right. Let's get the HAB2 module out. Get that thing ready to go. And then we'll bring it over to the shuttle. I don't know, Claudvoy. That's what I'm trying to do, passing. That's why I'm making such a hard push. So the E needs to be facing inward, just like the letters are facing inward right there, the A and C module. E and F need to be facing each other. So if the shuttle... Oh, wait, no. For this mission, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We're berthing it to a docking ring up there. Yeah, having a port right there is fine. This module will be easy to move. got to make sure we're on the center of mass for the keel pin. We got to move that forward just a little bit, right there. How's the payload bay clearance? We have the clearance? Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Are my longeron pins in place? Yep. They're already in place. Oh. We're one too high. The longeron pins aren't riding in the center. Why is that? Oh, we have a longeron pin colliding with an arm port. Okay. I mean, we can always just tilt these down a little bit. I'm not sure I like the fact that that's doing that, to be honest with you. But we're kind of... That would be the one to press to see if we can get it any closer. Nope. Oh, that ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna fit like that. Okay. So now I got to visualize this. This is going to be out by the shuttle, with the shuttle by itself. So it's going to be out here like this. And we need the E to be facing this way. Let me move the shuttle into position here. It's more or less it. You can always move the station forward. So how do we need this module oriented? Where's that E? The E is right there. So that means we need to pick this module out here. Ooh, okay. Give me 1 second, fellas. This is kind of more of a localized thing here for a second. This is... Because this mission, I have to berth the module to the shuttle's docking adapter. Right? So, let me get docking port 2. Or, yeah, port 2 here again. We need to take 2. We need to put that thing in there. There we go. And then we need to move port 2 into its position here. Okay. So this module needs to... This module needs to come out like this. Rotate down like this, and then rotate around like that, and then be attached there, like this, right? And then the arm will move the entire shuttle into position here. And keep in mind, the F module won't be there. And then it'll birth that port. Okay, cool. That's how that's gonna work. Easy-ish. So I'm thinking the best way for the E module to be oriented is actually 180 out, because then we can just do this. Like that. Yeah. It's basically got to be 180 to what it was. And if that's the case, yeah, we got a port that's clipping right there. So that means we got to take that and move those ones there, right? And then these ones have to go backwards a little bit as well, like that. Okay, cool. So, just out of curiosity, can that arm reach up there? It should be able to. Can the shuttle's arm go back there and grab that thing? So put the module in the other way. There's 2 movements needed, no spin. Agreed. Just got to make sure that we can reach it, that's all. Yep, needs a little bit of jimmying, you know? Just gotta jimmy it a little bit. Who's Jimmy? Don't know. Yeah, see, it's a little bit of a stretch, but we can get it. Jim's like, me. I'm Jimmy. So see, we gotta mess with this a little bit. Okay. Ian C. Last, what's up, dude? If you need a new desktop background, here's your 22,000 by 11,000 web deep field. That is taking a very long time to load. Yeah, POD, I'm going to write down the angles for this too, because I have to do this operation twice, because we got to do the same thing with the docking ring 1 and the alpha module, and then we'll birth to that thing, and we'll move these modules into position. That's a little bit different, but the operations are still the same. That's only 1/24 of the final deep field, too. Web's still getting exposures. It still hasn't loaded for me, dude. Oh god, I hit the zoom in button. Yep, that's gonna break something.
Okay. Would it make sense to hard code the arm moves in Cal? No, that's right. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, it would make sense. What I'm going to do is basically I have an extra Cal controller hidden in the shuttle's payload bay back there. And I'm going to write down the numbers. And then when we're on orbit, I'll write the code for it as we go. That makes it so I don't need to map out a Cal controller for every freaking mission. We just do it as we go. All I got to do is write down the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we can just stretch this guy a little bit more. That's about maximum extension for the arm. It's going to be tough getting at that port. It'd be better if that port was right here. Thanks, Toa. Just got to put it in the stow position. Start with the payload, grab position, and then final dock end position, and then you can slowly move the Cal. Just play the Cal controller, it'll do it for you. Yes, that's basically what I did with the Centaur recovery. Centaur G recovery. I practiced it in the SPH, like how NASA would practice in like the NBL or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need to look at STS-88 for a second to understand what the frick happened here. How did they get node 1 in PMA2 attached to the shuttle? How did it do that? Sorry. Any news from Virgin Orbit? They just said their second stage failed and that's it. Oh, look at that. It carried STS-88 on Endeavour, carried it sideways in the payload bay. You see that? Intradasting. Oh, well, that answers that. They docked it to the PMA. Wait, you're telling me the arm
Oh, no. You found the same thing? Yep. These mission highlight videos really help. You guys want to know how old the ISS is? Did you see that? You see that footage of the shuttle's flight deck there for a moment? Look at when they go. Yeah, there's all your checklists, by the way. Endeavour is flying with no glass cockpit, manual gauges. See that? That's how old. That's how long that module's been up there. See? Look at still running these shuttles' original CRT screens for flight management. And manual gauges. Crazy, right? That's how long the space station has been up there. CRT. That's awesome. Yeah, okay, so how did they grab at this thing? There's the latching end effector. The LE is attached to the PMA. Bro. Look at that. Look at that. Dude. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm worried about making my arm do that. That's why I needed to look at this. Honestly, moving this port this way is a good idea, just on this module. So, letter side. On the inside, we need that moving there because we're going to have to do the same with that alpha module. Man, I'm really happy we ran through this. This would have sucked to not figure this out. Because the arm can easily get at that. That's no problem. So right now what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to make sure that we can grab at it. We'll run, I'll run through the numbers and everything a little bit later, and we can write that onto the Cal controller as we go. Because some missions are going to require multiple operations, and I don't want to load down my stupid thing with Cal controllers. Like, we could have like 40 or 50 Cal controllers on this thing, and I don't really want that. Like, I could literally build a flight computer out of those things, and I kind of want to. That would be actually pretty sweet, but... Okay. Yeah, that was Rocket Guy's idea. Alright, so... So in the payload bay, the numbers here are -6, 68, and -97, -56, -22, and then 80. Okay. Yeah, having an active operation cal makes a ton of sense. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so now oh. I'm using a different docking system, Spacophobic. Can we get at that? Ooh. Yeah, see, this is why we needed to redo the arm in the first place, or else this would not have ended well. You'd put the grapple fixtures on the docking adapter, to be honest. I can't do that. That's going to be riding in the payload bay like this. Oh, we're close. We're close. Just a little more finicking around with this thing. I think we can get at it. It's just finding the right combination. And once again, I'd rather do this down here in the SPH where it's good practice. That's gotta have to be like this. It was close, son. Yeah, it was close. Yeah, we were there. What are their antennas? Viscous. They just look like Canadarm. That's a Rocket Guy idea. Rocket Guy ended up having a lot of influence on this station, but I mean, honestly, the rocket scientist had influence on the game about rockets? Interesting. Yeah, it's getting close to locking out some of this stuff, Aqualux, but I'm sure there's a good combination, dude. I'm sure there's a way we can do it. It looks like we have the dexterity. I just got to find the right combination. It's like picking a lock, man. Let's try something like this. What if we did something around the horn that way instead? I mean, there's no doubt we're going to be near the limits of this thing. Close. That was the right idea, flipping around the other way. Come on. Come on. Unfortunately, without inverse kinematics guiding me, it's just kind of a guessing game. But once we get it, we could, you know, if we play the guessing game now, we can eliminate the guessing game later. You know? Oh, geez. That's a sign. How many degrees of freedom does the arm have? About as much degree of freedom as your actual arm, Apocalypsis. It's built the exact same way. It has an elbow. It has a shoulder, an elbow, and a wrist. It can do pretty much what your hand can do. It would be like if your hand was in the payload bay and you could grab stuff and move it around. It has the same dexterity as a human hand. That's entirely on purpose, to make it intuitive to move around. Hey, Podwee, what's going on? Okay, just one more tick right there, and then a little bit of that. Nope, that tick wasn't good. We might be getting into rounding here, which is fine. That's okay. Nice. I think it's not exact, guys, but it's damn close. Enough for docking port magnetization, and my guiding dowels will basically compensate. I'm gonna call that good. It definitely can do it, which is excellent. Okay, let's write down that numerical combination. So, minus 153. $113. Yeah, see, that's the other reason why I have the pins, the docking pins and alignment pins. Remember, that's a spherical part, so you have a little bit of a guide. It's like playing ball in a cup. Ball in a cup, ball in a cup. What's the object? Well, you got to try to take this ball and put it in this cup. Ball in a cup. And then we revert the arm back to the B1, B2 RMS numbers, and they're D1, D2 RMS, and that's it. Should be good. That was kind of intense, not gonna lie. Yeah, but it'll get us what we want. And the cool thing is that okay, so if I take all right, we got to take this out of here. So that officially clears Module E. Module E is ready to go. But this also should clear Module A as well. Okay, cool. Save that. Nick is back from setting up a new audio system. On module A. Yeah. Yeah, passing. I'm with you. Give me 1 second. So I got an idea. Watch this. If we take the shuttle, right? And I move the shuttle back over here like this. It gives me the exact spot where I need to put a port and make the modifications. We're gonna need a docking port up there. Yep. A lot of this is some repeat functions here and there, dude, so it should be good. Now, I'm just kind of thinking, you know, do I absolutely need... Do we absolutely need these docking ports? The answer is yes, because the RMS needs to attach to it. Do we need another one up here? Another grapple point? I'd say we need this one more than anything. I'm going to take that port and I'm going to move it up there. Yeah, that's going to make the most sense. You can get rid of the ones that'll be on the inside. Yeah. I'm thinking I'm pretty sure I need this one. I need that port for when we grab the airlock module with the second arm and we move the airlock module over here. We definitely, to get it out of the way, we definitely need that one. We definitely need that one. But also, hold on. No, we don't need that one. We do not need that one. By the time we do that airlock moving, the airlock moving procedure, this module will be installed. So we don't need that port. We can use that one. So we don't need this one, which is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this guy, and we're going to put this one down here, and I'm going to turn that into the keel pin grapple point. Put that right in the center and put it right there. And then orient it to the forward part of the station.
I know you're probably fine on clearance, but you're probably not fine on clearance. What? And now this port, I should just be able to move this here, rotate it 90 degrees. And then move it one tick inward. That just happens to be right on one of my lights. We got to move that light inwards a little bit. There we go. That station looks uncomfortably close to the shuttle crew cabin when the shuttle is docked. Yeah, so there's no collider problems here as far as I can tell. See? It's close, Toa, but yeah, it'll be right. The problem is that I can't really make this docking ring any bigger, because if I do, the top of the docking ring is going to stick out from the payload bay. Don't want to do that. I really don't want to do that. How do I switch between Kerbals? The bracket keys. I'll put the keys in chat. Those keys. We'll switch around. Inflatable port? What? What should I use an inflatable port for? I don't see a use case for that here. Inflatable port. No problem, dude. In order to increase clearance, I mean, we could do that, Toa. That wouldn't take too long to build it. But that would undo all the work that I have here. I know this will clear, and I trust myself to be, competent enough to be able to get that right. I know I can get it right, dude. How about a small separate inflatable port adapter then? Chief, I don't want an inflatable port here because that means my alignment systems would be useless. I can't, dude, it's really important that we align correctly. That's part of the reason why I'm willing to, I'm okay with that being that close, dudes. Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. Because we need to be aligned. The arms need to be aligned or else these numbers won't work. You need a PMA. No, I don't. Go away. Shh. No problem, Cold Shot. I'm glad you like it. Okay. Okay. Now this is going to be the shuttle docking port berthing numbers too. This is how we can, at least we can see if this works, but it'd be good to write this down right now just to be absolutely sure. So the ring berthing numbers are, so berth position is the same as before, minus 153, 113, minus 141, 71, 117, 149. Now, if we want to figure out how to berth the shuttle to the station, we can just do this. Had to try your hand at it, Zay. Let me see. Okay. If we could just get at it right here. How would we do this? That's pretty freaking close. That's pretty close. I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. We can always just dock. I can just dock it, but I really, we're here already, and it would be good to just get these numbers in case we want to spring for berthing the shuttle to the space station.
Does the station orbit anti-Earth rotation or with Earth's orbit? It's 51 degrees inclined, Erudite, a prograde orbit. Sorry, I missed that. Just as a side note, would you say the Minecraft VODs on YouTube are PG? I'm pretty sure, but yeah, they should be. Oh, nice, Aqualex. Cool. That's information I don't need, but I'm going to keep those tabs open just in case. Could the ISS be repurposed for commercial activities? Sure. What do you mean birthing the shuttle? I could grab the station with the arm, Halpinski, and if we dock these two ports together, they're gonna dock flush, and literally it'll make it easier to have the shuttle be perfectly aligned every time we go to dock. Berthing is more accurate than docking. It has to be, because the arm. Does that make sense? Berthing implies the use of something else besides the ship to get it to attach. In this case, like in nautical terms, a tug would berth a container ship in a port, right? We're gonna use the arm as our tug, so to speak. Nice, Aqualex. Did you see the Ferrari hypercar? No, Sebby, I didn't. So what did you use to construct the arm? It's a bunch of servos and then antennas. Rocket Guy had that idea. I just need to see, like, I can get the shuttle here with the RCS. And if I can get the shuttle here with the RCS and we can dock, it'll lock the shuttle in. And it'll make it so I can just play a cow controller and it'll berth to the station and it'll be oriented in the exact same way every time. Or I could just dock it. Either one. Either one works. I could do either one. I like having the option of being able to do either one. And while we're here, I have the first set of numbers for attaching the shuttle to this in the docked position from berthing these modules together for the assembly missions. I might as well sit here and fiddle with this for a second and get it right. I don't think we'll necessarily be berthing every single one of these things. Probably won't. I could probably dock it, but this will get us extremely, extremely, extremely precise. Oh, that's cool, Sebby. Neat. Oh, very nice, Aqualex. So the berthing adapter prevents egress from the payload bay airlock, correct? I actually haven't tested it, Loopy, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that it does. And you know, if it doesn't, that's still kind of cool, because that means this can still serve as our airlock in the shuttle payload bay if we need it. Exactly, Hal. Bingo. Getting these the more arm positions and configurations that I can figure out now, the easier it is. That we're going to have more tools at our disposal when we go to assemble this thing. Oh, we're almost there. I almost got this. Come on, just rotate it up. Just rotate it up. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Just give it a little tappy. Tap, 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 tap-a-roo. This is the right configuration. Just got to go out a little bit here and then go in a little bit there. That's the right orientation for this thing. We just got to find the right combination. Okay. Oh, almost got it. 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 Yeah, we can. I'm going to write down the numbers and we can map it to the cal moto exactly. That's exactly what we're going to do. So I can basically fudge the inverse kinematics. Like, we won't be able to do it. We won't be able to mess with this stuff in real time, but it'll be, you know, the next best thing. That's extremely close to being correct. Are you going to dock the modules to the station with multi-launches? Yep. I'm honing in on it. This is tough, man. This is hard to do, but once you got the numbers, man, you're good. Just remember, the numbers, Mason, what do they mean? Okay? That's important to understand. The numbers. What do they mean? Magnets. It's close enough for the magnets. Yeah, Tessa, but it won't give me proper orientation. This is the one that we need to get absolutely right. Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it doesn't need to be perfect, but I haven't found something that I'm really close enough, that I really think it's close enough to being good for what I'm trying to do. All right. I think what I need to do... Yeah, the other times we were just testing in orbit. Correct. Yep, exactly. There we go. Now move this inwards a little bit. Oh man, that's so close to working. Maybe if we just kind of move this a little bit this way. Oh, that's so close. Yeah, okay. All right. Just a little more tweak. A little more tweaking. Now I see why they used inverse kinematics for this thing, because this would be nigh impossible doing this on orbit this way with manual inputs. Not by much passing, but yeah. It's probably like one tick here and then one tick down there. And then just move this up a little ways.
Okay. If this takes any longer, we're running out of time. If this takes longer, I'm just gonna go and I'll just get away with docking the damn thing. I mean, all we got to do is get these things parallel, and then I suppose I could just take the shuttle, right, and just. As long as the yellow arrows are more or less lined up, we're okay. It's important that we get those as close as possible, because then docking will be easy. Okay, cool. That's good enough. Shuttle is good. Good. All right, let me write down the combo. Stage configuration is -131. 94. What's that one? -78. What about up here? What about you? 77. Good number. 108. Oop. I wrote 188. And then 20. There. Okay, we got those numbers. Good. Sweet. 91, 71, Omaha! Hike! Alright, dudes. So, that combination of numbers got... Yeah, that got us everything we needed. Reset that rotation to 0. Set that to 45. Set that to 45. Set that to 0. Set that to 0. Set that to 0. That's the resting position for the arm. Yeah, passing. I know. I have an idea for the longeron pins here, though, that involves berthing that we're going to need to test sooner rather than later. And we can do that test on the second assembly mission. What I want to try to do is basically have active-passive longeron holders. So take these three and have them toggle same vessel collision to shut it off, right? So I don't need some type of latching mechanism to hold this in place. Think about it, right? So if we just try to dock to the station, these can only have 3 thermometers and the RCS ball. And then there's nothing really holding it in place except for the docking port. So the thing can stretch, right? The shuttle can stretch and move around the docking port. Now, if we berth the shuttle, if I attach here, right? And then I run that cal sequence of numbers that we just figured out, and it brings the shuttle in, because they're same vehicle, I can toggle same vehicle collision. The pins, the longeron pins on my docking ring slip into place, because we have same vessel collision, same vessel collision, same vessel collision, same vessel collision, disable, 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 and then we can lock that thing into place. We can re-enable SVI on those. Right? Lock it into place, and then undock the arm. And when it snap docks into place, the same vessel collision will hold it, and it'll clamp it in position. I just hope it doesn't crack and strike when we do that, but that's it. That's the idea. Does that make sense? I need to test it. We'll test it on flight 2. Okay. Now, this module here, let's keep going. Module F. You're a GIMP. What are we going to do with this? Hey, homing pigeon, just got here. Is this payload's checked before the mission? Yep. Any payload that's mounted over here, any part of the station that's mounted over there, is ready to go. Those are ready to fly. I'm just getting all of them out of the way. And I'm also using this time to plan out the missions, how we're going to move the robotic arm around, how we're going to move the robotic arm around, docking certain modules to which, building certain parts of the station. We could program, see Zeppelin, I could attach another CAL controller here that's reserved just for berthing operations, or we could just bind it to our RMS programmable controller. I have a CAL controller that flies on the shuttle that literally does nothing. It does nothing. So when I'm up on orbit, I have a CAL controller to help program robotic movements, right? Or we could have one that's just there all the time. Shouldn't be too hard. Alright, so honestly, guys, if we're going to do this, that module... Oh, that has the shuttle attached to it. Hold on a second. Hold on a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch. I mean, once again, I don't want... Dude, I could program... I could program with the CAL controllers, and we could write programs for kinematics with it if we really wanted to, but I don't really want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. Alright, move the shuttle over there so we can do more checkout with it. Now, so this module, Docking Ring 1 and Module Alpha, the first lab module, those are ready to go. Let me just make sure and go through that these have SVI enabled on all the right ports. Well, you gotta make sure it's actually there, buddy. I agree, passing. Okay. Docking Ring 2 is ready to go.
Heading to the store, be back in a bit. All right, Loopy. Okay, we're down to the last couple of modules here. I gotta make the payload bay cart for the arm, but that's no problem. That number. There's one more thing. Damn. This is gonna be for the second assembly flight, dudes. I need to do one more thing, one more piece of guesswork with the arm. So I'm gonna leave docking ring 1 on there for a second. I just gotta see where the shuttle can attach to this arm right here. Where the shuttle can attach to that grapple point right there, so we can take docking ring 1 and module A and dock it to the Z1. That's just something we got to figure out. Hey, Flykin. How are you? So before we get that far, let's take module F right here. How is module F going to fly in the shuttle payload bay? Let's go. Separate it. We need to set that as the root part of F right there. And then attach that in the shuttle's payload bay. Where's the letters for it? F's over there. Okay. So if the shuttle comes up to the station, that's the port that's going to need to be docked to there, to the back of that D module right there, the 6-axis node. So that means we'd have to pull it out, rotate it, move it back into the position, and dock. So what if it's right side up? If we flip this around 90 degrees, hold on. If we flipped it around, right, the E is down here. So that means we need to pull this out, flip it around so the E is facing towards, or the F is facing towards port side. And hand it off. Yeah, it needs to swing out and under, basically. I'm trying to think of what would be the best orientation to put it inside of the shuttle's payload bay to do something like that. You know what the crazy thing is, Passing? Somebody actually figured this out. Somebody had to figure this all out. Which is... Somebody, like, actually had to figure this out. Like, how they're going to put the stupid thing together. It's actually kind of nuts to me. So, let's run through. The module would need to come out like this. And then it would need to be flipped into this position. And then moved up and over. When it's into the flipped position, we need to attach the second arm. And the second arm can... The second arm could get get at that port right there. Yeah, second arm could get at that port. That's the move. All right, so that uses this port. But here's the thing. We know good and well that having that port back there isn't going to work. So this port is going to need to go up here like that. We need to flip it. That port needs to go there. And then the arm will grab this port here. The reason why is with the shuttle, with the space shuttle, I'll be able to grab that because that is the exact port module berthing numbers in payload bay. I already have the numerical combination to put that docking port there. We already have it. That's already there. So that port needs to go right there. It's a nice puzzle, isn't it? Yep. Did we ever change the pins, the longeron pins, on the module that we had to flip around in the payload bay passing on E? Did we switch that? I moved the longeron pins into the right spot, didn't I? We should probably check it. EJ, commiserate with poor Flykin. What's wrong? Yeah, Crom, KSP mod. Somebody got you. EJ, you're sick. You're not feeling good at all. Well, I hope you feel better. So, I haven't changed A to match. You've changed E. Okay, so, all right. Now let me just run through this, make sure that the docking ports are good, and then I need to make sure that we have same vessel collision here, 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 and here. Some of this might unbind when I go do, when we go to integrate, but that's okay. Okay. And that's all right. Okay, so E is ready to go. Do we have SVI enabled on that? We don't. Okay. We'll enable SVI when we're on orbit. Okay. That module's ready to go. So once again, all the modules that are just kind of sitting out here in space, not that space, those are the modules that are ready. Yeah, there is some audio bugs, Big Chungus. Fat Chungus. Fat Big Chungus. There's some audio weirdness going on with KSP. You've acquired COVID for the second time this week. Cheers, sir. Great work. Thanks, man. We don't want any magnetization force on these modules at all. Your body hurts when you sneeze. Oh, I'm sorry, Mank. It's all good, it's life. Yeah, I know what you mean. Almost there, dudes. Okay, the pins were changed. Good. Yeah, I only have 1, 2, 3 more modules to check out. These two, so A and C should be really easy. So let's see, what do I have left to do? I have to do a checkout for D1 and D2. We're gonna launch those as a pair, I think. That'll work. Yeah, passing life. It's like when I was having a bad day last week. I was just like, it sucks. I hate everything, but yeah, whatever. Just keep going, and we got better. And look at what we've done in the past 3 or 4 days. Look at what we made. This is by far one of the most hardcore projects I've worked on, in terms of all integration. You know. People said back in the day, they want me to do what I do with launch pads, but do it with on-orbit stuff. Well, here you go. I'm a little bit worried about these docking ports not fitting inside of the shuttle's payload bay. Yeah, I'm flanking, but people help me in chat figure it out.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Piv easy. Gifted a sub to Tetraprong. Cool. Thanks, man. Alright. We're gonna do a little bit of trickery with these modules here, with D1 and D2, okay, guys? So, I'm gonna save, and what we need to do is take D2 off here for a second. And then we need to, a fairing head interstage node still activated from when I made it. Don't want that. We are going to reroute. I'm going to reroute D2 and attach it right there. It's backwards. Okay, so now D1 and D2 are together. I need a keel pin for this payload. Let me think. I need a keel pin for the payload. We're going to install them together. And then what we need to do, guys, is I need to, after we have D1 and D2 docked, I need to undock them, and D1 needs to snap to A, and D2 needs to snap to C. It's better for the hierarchy that way if we do it like that. But I don't, I mean, it might snap this as a tertiary port, or a secondary port, not tertiary. So nice, Toa. This is a way better series than the stressed out constraints by the previous mission mode. I'm so glad you rethought the format. So much better going into KSP 2. Thanks, man. It needed to be done, and it was a hard decision. That kept me up for kept me up for a little while, dude. It did. I was like, oh no. All right. Yeah. What I was going to do passing is basically strut these dang things together, but it doesn't matter because we're going to have to undo it anyway. But I still want same vessel collision here with this Kraken tech, the hybrid tech there. Even though the docking port's going to be undocked, those will still be pushed together. So it'll still structurally be strong, right? I'm just thinking about how we're going to put this in the shuttle's payload bay. I need a keel pin. We need a keel pin for this thing. Where is it going to go? Should I just use that? Maybe we should just use that and gizmo it out of the way. Or just gizmo the docking port into position. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'll do. It's kind of a little bit of tomfoolery, but we need the shuttle. Okay, we need to get at that docking port that's on D1 so we can use the shuttle's arm to move it into position. So this is going to need to be in the payload bay like this. So that means D1 Zenith is going to have to be where we dock this thing into position. Oh, I don't like that. Guys, okay, here's what I'm thinking. It'll fit, it'll work like this. It's really not a big deal. All right, it's really not that big of a problem. Yeah, it was pretty awesome, Tom. Clipping that port in there is not a problem. However, if there's an issue with the D2 module that we didn't take into account, it will be impossible to put it back into the shuttle's payload bay. Because it'll clip. But then again, if there's a problem with this thing, I can just get a Kerbal to EVA and take that thing off. The airlock's going to be up there anyway. Okay, cool, sweet. I talked myself through it. Thank you for rubber ducking me. Or I'm rubber ducking. Who's the rubber duck? I'm confused. Now the second question is, does that docking port fit inside the payload bay? It does. Almost done, Orion. I certainly hope so, Moto. I don't think it's going to take another 3 passing, even though I could very much see it taking another 3. I'm going to run some extra struts in here for the module on the way up. I'm worried about it. I'm worried about it kind of doing this. But, yeah, should be okay. And I will need to run a little bit of a strut just for when we're out in the scene. Okay. Cool. Now what we got to do is we need to figure out that. I need to move the arm into position to get at that thing. Shouldn't be too hard, he said. Anyone else kind of disappointed that ABL isn't doing live coverage of their launch? That's kind of... Yeah, you guys too. I was like, really? You're not going to? Okay. Dude, the jerk in me is like, well, shows you don't have much confidence in your own design. But I can understand not wanting to do that. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah, exactly. That's right. Wow. This one was actually not too bad to figure out. pretty dang close. They're probably worried about public failure. Yeah, that's a shame. Can the hold down points slide up and down the length of the payload bay like the real one? The Longeron points, they're configurable. They don't slide, they're just configurable. They can change them from mission to mission. Hey, Bradders, that's close enough for a dock. Okay, so the STS payload bay numbers here for the D1, D2 is, so we need a staged position. And then a berth position. And then station. Staged. Okay, so that's payload bay. Shuttle payload base berth position is -14. -122. -151. -38. -8. And then we are rotated 53. Now we got to figure out how much stress can the arm takes in magnet docking force. We could have a damper slider, Orion. I could basically take the programmable RMS right here, and when we're close to docking to something, I can have a play position bound to the dampers, so we can dampen out everything, and they'll absorb the snap dock. Rocket Guy actually, once again, told me about this because he did a little arm work before me. Is EJ writing things down? Yes. We need to get this clear of the payload bay, so I need to find a position for the shuttle to grab at right here. Okay, so now we just got to move the arm a little ways. This one should be a little bit easier to get. And so this is what I call a staged position, basically getting ready for berthing. So if we ever need to get this thing kind of back into position to get it inside of the shuttle's payload bay, these would be the combo numbers. And once again, fellas, it's better to get this done now, just in case something goes haywire with the mission. That's good enough. This will, if I put this on a CAL controller and we play it from, you know, berth to stage position, the CAL controller will just translate it out. It'll basically fake inverse kinematics. So that's minus 41. 119. Minus 112. Minus 72. Like, I was gonna do this before every single mission, but you know what? It's better to do this now. 4. And then our rotation, I didn't line up the rotator. $27. And then I'm just copying the numbers that we wrote down before. You should see this. It looks like the lottery up in here. That pretty much is that mission figured out. Bruh, holy crap, I just saw a bright flash and the house shook and rumbled and I could feel it in my bed. Yeehaw. Okay. Oh, nice. Well, there you go. Launch today, yes. Crowd controller. No, CAL controller, guys. CAL controller. Okay, I would say that D1 and D2 are ready to go. Why are we yelling? Hey, relax. Okay, the next thing that we're gonna need to do here is I need to reattach the shuttle, and I need to get numbers for module A to Z1. Install. Okay, so we need to take the shuttle. I need to detach the shuttle. Put the shuttle on the docking port right there. And now I need to attach the arm to that one right there, or find a way to do it. I'm using Notepad, but in real life. Yes, I'm just writing down everything. I'm writing down all the numbers so we can program them in cloud controllers later when we're on orbit. Trust me, you'll see it and you'll be like, damn, dude, that's awesome. Damn. Actually, you know what? That port's position is not really set in stone. To be honest, it's just close enough. Wait, they made Notepad a real thing? Yes. So this is mimicking the assembly numbers for flight 2 when we go to attach this, and to that. We should be doing this a little bit later tonight, which is, yeah, something, yeah, we got a #1 victory royale. Got a #1. It's all Notepad? Always has been. Guys, I like writing stuff down. I don't know about you. Like, typing works. I remember stuff, and it's probably because I'm old. I remember if I write something down. Like, and it's it's more of a steel trap than what I already have. Like how I already am. I can remember a lot, but if I write stuff down, I remember everything. Benny, get me everyone. What do you mean everyone? Everything. Noted. Exactly. So Notepad exists in real life now. I can't believe it. What's next? Paint? Yeah, I know. Imagine taking some stuff and just splattering it on a piece of paper. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, man. Or something. Yeah, who does that? Yeah, it can happen, Bon. We just got to be careful. That's actually really close. Oh, come on. Ready? Yeah. This is so close to being right. Ugh. I would say that that's good enough. That's good enough to get us into the right position. So let's write down those numbers. Because remember, we have the guide dowels, so that's good enough to get it. It's good enough to get it close. So that's 145 minus 145. $126 minus 137. $53 minus 9, and then the twist, do the twist, minus 40. Now we got to figure out a staged position here. Staging position should be like that. Oh, can't be that easy. No, of course it's not. Close though. You're gonna put a lot of work in this tomorrow. Make sure to not skip leg day. Oh yeah.
Because of the arms. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're a guide, Dal. Ah! Ow. Stop. That hurts my feelings. Literally at the gym doing leg day. You work out? Who works out? What are you, healthy or something? Sorry. Would it be easier to lock each hinge window open? Yeah, I think it would take up too much screen real estate. It'd be hard to look at, dude. That's good enough of a translation right there. She is pretty dang not lined up at all. God dang it. Oh gosh, dang it. Darn it. No! No! That doesn't matter. Damn misclick. Add time. Add time? Ants in the pants? Okay, add time. Fine.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Somebody gifted 10 subs. I don't know who it is. I don't know. Why do you hate me? Okay. By the way, remember to take a stretch break. This stream before last, your KSP segment itself was over 12 hours. Good. Pokey, thanks, man. I don't know if that was you. Garage stretch break. No! 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 Let me finish this, then we take the break. I'm serious. I'm super serial. So it's you? Alright, cool. Here. Here. We'll play Scorned. Scorn? Scorn? It's a good song. All right, I'm gonna write down these numbers.
drummer. That's nuts. All right, that's another thing figured out. I'm on the last 3 modules, Jim, for integration. Once again, fellas, any modules that's sitting out on pegs like this, those are the ones that have been ready, cleared to go. And I need to do 1, 2, and then I need the cradle for the arm, and then we're good. It's not Alice in Chains, dude. They sound like them, though. Dude, this guy sounds exactly like Wayne Stanley, and the guitarist sounds like Jerry Cantrell, which is amazing. Because this won't be fun. kRPC. Almost there. Okay, so there's just the Alpha and the Charlie module, and that's it. Okay, so this module needs to go in the shuttle payload bay now. We gotta do integration for this one. We have Ramstein at home. Ramstein at home. I don't think C is going to be an issue, dude. C is basically going to be added. It's the, what is it? Third assembly flight. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter that we take this one now, but we just got to make sure that that fits. Oh, frick. No. Yeah, I know what you mean, passing. I'm honestly considering just sending it like that because, dude, that we absolutely need that part. Like, I can't move it anywhere else, dudes. Nice station and shuttle. Thank you. Thanks, man. But also, oh no. Passing, clicking that thing up will screw up pretty much all. Frick. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hang on. Alright, hold on one moment. Okay, those don't fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. If I tick that, if we ticked it up, that means that the staged position or the berth position is not going to be right because the distances are going to be changed. But what the hell is the solution here with this thing? I don't know. I mean, the docking port. Do we have space? Oh, no. Like, those have to be there. They can't not be. Because then the numbers that we use to grab at that port are basically useless. I don't mind if that's sticking out of the payload bay during ascent. I really don't care at this point. Normally that would just really piss me off. But guys, that's like not something that we can just change either. That ain't something I can just change. Yeah, all the numbers that I'm going to take are going to be out of whack for putting this thing together, which... yeah, that's no good. If I move that back one tick 95, that means I got to move this one down. And if I move this one down, that means it's going to be sticking out the side of the payload bay. See what I mean? So I don't... well, actually, I don't know that for sure, but if we... broke it. I forgot those were on a local orientation. Did you see them snap? Now that module's junk. I got to reload. It's basically at maximum. No, there's no space down there. I gotta reload. Something like that. Something like that, Doom. Yeah. Just, this is the last couple of modules, dudes. Honestly, I don't care if it's sticking out of the payload bay just a little bit. It's really not an issue for me. Not a game changer. On any other occasion, I'd be pissed, but we have to get the station up. So 2 of the missions are gonna have a slight hump on the payload bay, and you know what? I don't care. Yeah, 95. There's no room down here. Ain't gonna fit. So just pretend it's an antenna or something. And don't get me wrong. Anybody that's sitting here going, "Oh, really? You're doing?" If you know me, you know that that would piss me off, and I would sit here and redesign the entire station to fit around that. And that's something I should have taken into account from the beginning. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't see anything. We're clipping. They're physics-less parts that are sticking out of the payload bay. It's not going to do anything. It'll just look a little funky, but it'll work exactly fine. So, all right, I'm going to call that module good to go. Yeah, we could launch these on the other vehicle. They have no guidance systems, dude. That would change up the architecture completely. Maybe you could design a whole new launcher from the ground up. No, I don't think I will. I'm not going to make a big fuss over that. Okay, so getting this module installed, what do we do? This one passing is not, getting this one into position is not going to be difficult, but I need to get the arm checked out. We got to get the arm checked out before we finish this. So module alpha is good to go. The arm on the mobile base should be able to just hold this in position. It shouldn't be, that shouldn't move. And then what I can do is we'll reach the arm down and we can either hand off the shuttle payload to the Charlie. Shuttle can grab the thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. So hopefully we get that with Kerbal too, Doom. That would be really nice. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So the thing is, passing is that module C might have to, we might have to put module C in upside down, because that port and that port, I know we need those. We need those somewhere so we can have the arm grapple somewhere so it can get up to the mobile base. We absolutely need that. So if C is flying upside down, that means that A is the only one that's going to have that problem. So I'm not really too worried about it. Crap, does he not get alerts anymore? What do you mean? Like your 44-month resub? Keep doing what you're doing best, brother. Teaching and entertaining is rare, and I give you props for it. Give me the drive to get back into space and the world of rockets. It's been a ride, my friend. Don't ever change. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm not paying attention to chat as much as I normally am, Warlord, that's all. Hey, Tina, what's going on? Chat ain't worth the effort. Oh. I want to be very clear, no one is doing a pay attention to me right now. So. Anyway, Tina, thank you for the raid. How are you? Almost done. I'm almost done. I almost got this figured out. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm just finishing up the last bits of this, putting this thing together. It's been educational. What's that, Zay? The Artemis Lunar Gateway mock-up is slowly growing with new pieces added today at JSC Building 9. Cool. At least we get to suffer in the off-season together. What are you talking about, man? It's hockey season. Hockey season is very much still going, geek. It's hockey season now. You like the Penguins. I like the Bruins. You see what I'm talking about? Football. Football season ended. It was the last week the other day. Hockey season doesn't start for you until the playoffs. Are you thick? All right, fine. Enjoy your misery. I'll enjoy hockey season, okay? Stick puck. Passing. I think what we're going to have to do with this one is that port needs to be right there. And this one needs to go forward, which is no big deal. We have the port there, and that's not out of reach of any particular thing with the arm. This module is going to have to go in upside down. At least your season didn't end like TCU. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. There you go, Jeez. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, football's over. Yeah, no, the season didn't exist, Rob. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Season? Playoffs? 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 We're talking about winning another game. Playoffs? You could call it high contact figure skating. Or is figure skating low contact hockey? Watch the hockey game in your life? Shame. Hockey's a really good sport and real good. Like baseball good. Nice, Ski. So, yeah, we got a #1 victory of Royale. Kind of move this back into this position here so the arm can get at it. Make sure the center of the module is more or less lined up with the center of mass. Pins for that are good. You're good. You're good. You're good. All right. That's module C. Good to go. So passing, how this is going to work is the arm can grab at it here. We can use the same AE module port berthing numbers to pull this thing out. And then the arm up on the mobile base, the arm can lift it up and this arm will grab it there. And it'll flip it around and then attach it. It can do it. We'll when we actually go to do the mission, we'll get a little bit more into it, but I know that'll work. I figured out all the hard kinematics now, like all the hard motions that the arm needs to make. The tough ones I figured out. The easy stuff, we'll do that when we go to integrate the mission. Also, as of note, NASA released their fiscal year 2023 SBIR solicitation, Small Business Initiative. Primary technology-seeking domains include nuclear propulsion, permanent lunar base elements, permanent lunar communication infrastructure, machine learning technologies to improve human-machine interactions and autonomy, and anyone planning to submit. Nice. Okay. That module's good to go. We just need one more. One more post here. Put that module down. Save. That's the plan style. It's just the arm and the mobile base. Yeah. We just got to make up a palette for it real quick. Passing. Yeah. Second to last one, and then and then it's Z1, and then we're good. Man, this was a lot of work, dude. This whole station was a ton of work. I grinded this freaking thing out, but we should be good, man. I've been playing with my VR thing. Dogfights in VR are a workout. Cool. It really was, dude. Yeah, it was a lot of work. How long did Crippen take to design? A couple of months. So I built it passing, and then I started assembling it in space, and then I figured out how vital it is to line everything up in space, and the station didn't work. So we ended up taking modules down, if I'm remembering right, and then launched more. Either that or I kind of left it just bent out of shape. And then I had to assemble the solar panels with an MMU because we didn't have any robotics. So I assembled them with the MMU, and that took forever. Yeah, remembering right? Okay, that's good. Why is there a panel at the back? It's a nod to the first shuttle that I ever made, Just Space, because it was literally made out of panels. Everything was made out of panels. So the panels there. That's my mark, dude. Panels there to serve as a reminder that drears are still possible. Drears for your 47 Lamborghinis in your Lamborghini account. Passing, I'm worried. I don't think this is gonna fit the arm. I don't think the arm gonna fit on this. Time to bring in a docking port. Dude, this thing might not fit in the payload bay. If it doesn't fit in the payload bay, I've made a terrible mistake. Just launch it. No, I don't feel like it. Channel points are dumb and you should feel bad. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? Hey, Hangman, everything's going good. Then refund me. No, I don't think I will. What's going on, Taradra? How you doing? Dude, I'm so close to finishing this. That's the reason why, man. I'm so close to getting this done. Just let me finish the stupid thing. Just let me finish it, for frick's sake, please. please, just let me finish this. I'm like, dude, we were that close. I'm like, no, frick you. You freaking fricks. When will you learn? Gold. I'm trying to freaking, damn it. Yeah, that'll work. This is the one right here. We're gonna need 2 of them. Human upgrade. Mini-sized Canadarm2s and have Dexter's replacement as hands. You're killing me. Please. Please. I'm dying inside. Stop it. So this is how NASA did it. They had the heads of the arm facing down, or the ends of the arm, I should say. You know what? We shouldn't do that. It'll snap dock. Bad idea. Live ABL launch. Let me see. What is that, Flora? What is that anyway? Oh, that's somebody with a stream out there. That's cool. Oh, I know why it's doing that. It's not perfectly symmetrical. It's close. But that's fine. we're doing it this way. Give me lights. The par count's just going to be too much for any type of thing that I want to put in here. The only, I guess the one exception would be flags. I could just take a couple of these. Yeah, you know what? Flags will work. What a bright idea. Thank you. The arm isn't perfectly symmetrical just because of how the hinges are. That's about as close to centered as it's going to get. That's fine. Okay. She's locked in. I'm just gonna change the flag texture so it's not that. Well, yeah, wing texture. Wing texture. Sure. And then, you know, change that to yeah, look, it's insulated or something. It looks good. Wondering if you had a T-brake yet. Nah, mate. Not yet. I'm busy, dude. There. You know what? I don't even want the truss texture on that. Give me the minimalist flag. There we go. Ooh. So what's the plans for the launches? Well, put the payloads in the shuttle and then launch them. I'm not sure what you were expecting. I gave this thing a home, and then I just gotta put the Z1 truss together, and then we're good. Did the antenna be better strength rather than an I-beam? No, not really. There's our dispenser for this, and just 1 or 2 more struts, and then we're good. And we made a shuttle pallet too, which is actually pretty cool. All right. So guys, what I'm doing here is operations and checkout. I'm basically making sure every single module that we've made is ready to go to be launched. Anything that's sitting on these girder segments out here are all the modules I've done pretty much today. The arm was one of the last ones, because it was one of the last ones because it's one of the first ones that we're going to end up launching. Last one. Last one is the Z1. So let's go in here, make sure that all of this is locked out. This, the MBS, it really cannot be moving around. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put some struts in here to pack this thing up. No, stop attaching to the flags, dang it. There we go. It can go to that. That's for attaching the modules. Stop attaching to the goddamn thing. What? Okay. Where's the shuttle? Shuttle's here. Take its attachment point. It all fits. Close the bay. Ah, the damn radar. You saw nothing. get the center of mass of the module. Try to get that COM of that module as close as we can to the center of mass of the shuttle, so we get the right mounting points. There we go. This is a big module. This truss segment is gigantic. And I think the ISS equivalent of this one, the S0, the S0 truss segment was the biggest truss segment that they delivered. I think that's the heaviest one, I think. Yes, I have. Yeah, I've tested with this arm. I tested with the arm in this position demo, but it was an arm with different servos on it. But yeah, I have. How did you compensate for the mass? Fuel cells. I have 3 fuel cells. I have 2 on starboard side, 1 on port. That's how I compensated. This with a full tank of gas, if I lock the tank out, unless I absolutely need it, is the right move. Massive explosion in Kodiak. Uh-oh. I'm telling you, man, them not willing to stream it shows that they don't have high confidence. I'm serious. Them not wanting to stream it shows that, like, how else does it not? It shows that they don't have high confidence in their design. Like, I'm not trying to sound like a jackass, but no stream seems mad at me, but no live tweeting is a major red flag. I'm not. Yeah, Ian, that doesn't. That's pretty uncool, dude. Like, that's not. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what else is there to say? Like, after liftoff, the RS-1 experienced an anomaly and shut down prematurely. The team is working through anomaly response procedures in coordination with the FAA. Yeah, Ian, but then again, I'll be honest with you. Like, I can sit here and I can say that doesn't seem like they have high confidence in their product. But also at the same time, dude, if I really need a test flight to go well and I'm like a chief engineer on a project, I don't care about the live stream. I don't care. I don't give a frick. I'll tell you guys how it went after. We need to focus. You need to get it right, you know? Like, I can definitely understand that too. But yeah. That sucks. I've had a lot of friends say that ABL's a weird company to work at. When they came for recruiting season, their main selling point is that their design was no bullcrap, whatever that means. Curious. Okay, so in here we got to make sure that all this stuff is locked. And then we got to make sure that the CMGs are not on. Yeah. Were the Falcon 1 launches streamed? Yep. Sorry guys, I gotta hang now. Give me 1 second. Damn hangnail. Alright, dudes. That's it. We just gotta, as we on a payload, like for payload checkout, before we put everything together, we need to make sure that all this, the longeron pins have same vessel interaction. And oh, the base, we have to, the mobile base needs to be locked. Yeah, that's really important. That needs to be disabled, and then we gotta lock each pin. We gotta lock each one of the hydraulics. You don't want to launch with that the way that is. That's not going to be a good idea. What the f... Click through got me. I went to lock out the last servo that I needed to lock out, and it thought I was selecting a hydraulic and chose to disassemble the MBS in my face. Control Z breaks the game is the end of that sentence. Are they all locked? How badly does it break the game, though? It memory leaks the game, Striker. Wait, are you the same Striker from before? It memory leaks the game, and if you have vessels that have, you know, that are using fairings, it breaks fairings too. Rotational servo right there. Lock that out. All right, we're good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Porter! Depends on which Striker you mean. The longtime viewer. Yeah, you and Moron used to hang out all the time. Yes, that Striker. You had yellow text in your name. You subbed the stream for a very, very, very long time. What segment is going up first? The one that's in the payload bay, Snackless, is what we're gonna send. Striker, yeah. Don't test me. Of course, Striker from before. We have Striker at home. Striker at home. All right. Explosion on launchpad. Control Z. I don't even know if KSP2 is going to use the same hierarchical system, Aqualux. Yeah, it's going to be a shame because all this KSP knowledge, like how I can build in it and stuff, and all the tips and tricks are basically going to reset. I have a feeling. I have a feeling, man. All right, dudes. It's crazy who I fall off the face of the earth for years and you still remember who I am. Yeah, Striker, you see that guy that posted two things above you, Yargnit? Yeah, I've known him longer than you. And I blame him still, all the time. Passing.
Discovery,
10
no
subs,
throttle up.
dude. Thank you. Dude, I remember everybody. I remember everybody. All right. Striker, you see my new shuttle? Look at this new Collins. Oh, yeah, that thing's a G tier. S tier. Yeah. Who are you again, Jackal? All right, dudes. That's it. I'm pretty confident in all this stuff here. I'm gonna take a stretch break, guys, get something to eat, and then we start. Then we launch. The Z1 is good to go. Yeah, Acton, I have a bunch of packages in the car.
Discovery,
oh no!
throttle up.
20 subs. You guys are too good to me, man. Thank you. Come on, let's get a hype. No. You don't need to do that. Okay. I just finished it, Dynast. Yeah, everything should be good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, if you think to grab the one that's in the bag that came from New Jersey, I'll burn 5,000 channel points.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Porter. Thanks, man. Can I rain check you, fellas? I'm just gonna go stretch and grab something to eat, and yeah, I'm gonna restart KSP and then we'll go. I'm running through everything in my head. I know I forgot something, but when we do mission checkout, it should be okay. Rain check a hype train. No, you idiot. Kerbal's closing out and it hates synergy. I'm just gonna go grab some dinner.